Do you want to build a complete professional website using only WordPress default Gutenberg blocks and the latest full-site editing FAC features without any extra page builder? Well, you are in the right place. In this step-by-step tutorial, I will guide you through creating a fully functional personal portfolio website from scratch using the WordPress 2025 theme. You will learn how to create a custom header, a custom footer, apply global typography and global colors, work with custom post types and display dynamic content, and how to design page templates like archive page, category page, author archives, tags archives, and many more. This tutorial is perfect for web designers, digital marketers, UI/UX designers, SEO expert, and literally anyone who wants to showcase their portfolio professionally. So if you are ready to level up your WordPress skills and want to create stunning websites, which is your portfolio websites, let's dive right in. Before doing that, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and turn on your bell notification so that you don't miss future WordPress tutorials. So without further delay, let's dive into it.
Hi, welcome back to our Figma design, and in this design here you can see we have only designed the home page, and the home page looks like this. So this is the design for an interactive UI UX designer, but if you are a web developer, WordPress expert, or content writer, or any kind of person that you would like to provide service on, so freelance marketplace, or want to showcase your work, then you can use this design to create your own portfolio. And you can also change certain things like text, layouts as per your requirements as well. Now we have this homepage design only as of now. If you take a look at the Figma site, you can see this is the homepage only here. So instead creating homepage for learning purpose, we will gonna create our archive page, our single archive, tags archive, and explain the archive page. I have seen many of the person or people I have worked with, they do not have a depth idea or information how the archive works. Now let's take a look at quick overview of the design. What is the most important part here? So here in these sections, you're gonna understand how the cover block works with other features like group blocks, and how the grid filter, the grid features work inside the Gutenberg block. You can understand when we complete this part. And this part also the most important part in this whole series tutorial, which I haven't shown any of my videos. So for this part, I'll be creating a custom post type called projects, and inside a custom post type, we're gonna import these 4 projects and displaying here. And each post type has its own custom page as well, even though there will be a custom archive page for projects as well. So it will be a dynamic sections where we were gonna learn how the custom post types works, how the dynamic content works, and hopefully you're gonna learn some basic things about custom post type and the dynamic content with the free versions using the Gutenberg block. Previously with other page builders, it requires premium versions, and like Elementor, like other plugins or other page builders, they require also third-party plugins as well. And now it looks very easy, and you can do almost without using any plugins. We'll try to use only the default one. Now here you can see the second not the second one. So this is another sections, and here we're gonna use a video here. It will be self-hosted, or it could be YouTube videos as, or any kind of video like Vimeo as well. Now let's scroll down, and here you can see there is a toggle or question answer sections where we'll be using the toggle features from the default block, and the design is created to match with the toggle features as well. And I think the design is a little bit shifted here, so that's not an issue here. Now the most important part, the query loop builder. The query loop builder is one of the most important part inside WordPress. Besides other necessary blocks, you have to understand how the query loop builder works. So using query loop builder, you can do a lot of things, but I see when it's time, or when the user sees a little bit complex things, then they messed up with the query loop builder. And even though they're not sure how to make any kind of design using query loop builder, and yes, you can make literally this design easily without any custom code, even though the query loop builder we are using here as well. Now let's go back to the footer part. So this is our footer part with the CTA, and it looks pretty simple. I hope you're gonna enjoy and learn a lot of things from this series tutorial. So let's move into the next part. So if you want to use the WordPress live server, then there is a two-way. You have to purchase your hosting for and domain for your portfolio website, and I'm damn sure that you already know that how to purchase domain and hosting, because I have already shared on my YouTube channel, and also I have shared the coupon code as well. So here is the coupon code again. If you want 10% discount, you can navigate to riyadmahmood.com/ref/hostinger and hit enter. So this is the coupon code where you will receive big amount of discounts, and you can get a free domain as well. So if you haven't purchased the hosting yet, I'll share with you the link into the video descriptions. Then you can try Hostinger. Currently I'm using Hostinger. All my websites are personal accounts like riyadmahmood.com. So this is I'm using the Hostinger platform here right now, and it's a great hosting. I have used some other hostings as well, but I'm really happy with their services. And it is just a personal recommendation. It's not a promoted video like the hosting. I said a couple of times here. And instead, if you're just wanted to practice yourself, if you want to learn, then you can use a local server called by local flywheel. So you can use a local flywheel here, which is great plugins. It's not locally a software, not a plugin. So you can install on your computer, whether you're using Mac or Windows, it doesn't matter. So you can install on your computer and install local WordPress there. It's very easy. And also there is another platform which is testwp.com. So this is another platform. It will provide you free hosting for 7 days. You can try it, you can taste whatever you want inside your WordPress websites. It's also a great platform to try something WordPress. And also there is another platform for WordPress where you can test without any third-party software or any third-party tools like a local flywheel, like TestWP. So it's directly inside WordPress. The URL is called playground.wordpress.net. Hit enter. So this is the URL, and this is a playground. You can test very quickly certain things, but this is not good for keep your work secure. It will gonna vanish your work when you're done or closing the window or browser. It's just a playground to test instantly certain things here and there. So it's good for testing purpose, but not learning purpose. So if you're following this series, I highly recommend you to use a local flywheel, or if possible, you can build your own portfolio websites following this whole series and purchase hosting from Hostinger, where I will definitely receive a commissions, and it helps me to grow my channel in a better way. And also, you know that it's helpful, and I receive affiliate commission as well. And the TestWP is also great, and I have a tutorial regarding the TestWP, how to use TestWP. You can simply navigate to my YouTube channel and type here free hosting on my channel, and you can see how to install and practice WordPress on live server for free. So this is the video that you should watch if you want to use a TestWP for your projects. Right now, for this tutorial, we are going to use our own platform, which is hosted on Hostinger, which is webranko.com. This is the websites. So we have used these websites in our previous video where we created a video, the WordPress beginner's guide. And if you haven't watched that, then you should watch that video first, then start following this series for better understanding. And I have already installed a fresh WordPress here. So after installing a fresh WordPress, there is few basic configurations. You have to navigate to settings, permalinks, and make sure you have select here the post name and click save changes. And after that, create page. 2 page is mandatory to avoid any unnecessary or unwanted issues here, which is home type here home, click publish here and click add new and create another page, blog, and hit publish. So these are the two pages you have to create when you configure the WordPress. Now let's navigate to the WordPress dashboard and navigate to the settings, go to the reading and select here static page and select home page as a home and blog page as a post page. And if you're creating a website for test purpose, not the production, or it's not ready for live or fetching data on Google search engines or other search engines, you have to activate this part to disable fetching your websites on Google. So when I click over here, that means it will not gonna display our test data on Google search results. Like if I type here WebRanko and hit enter, you can see it's displaying the data already because it's displaying the demo data and the dummy informations. So if we click over here and checked, it will not going to display our lorem ipsum content or dummy content. It will not gonna display our fetch on Google, and it will helpful for SEO and it's a good practice. So make sure you activated these features on your client website. Once you are ready to launch your website, you can disable that features. Click save changes and go to general. If you are located from general, you can change your time, you can change your time zone, you can change your language and other settings here. You can change your date formats and time formats as well. And if you're living in different countries like in India or Pakistan, you might have a different weekends or holiday starts. Some countries like Bangladesh, we have holiday in Friday and half day in Thursday. So in some places Friday and Saturday. So you can change the weekend or week starts on from here as well, and other formats as well based on your current living areas. So that's the basic settings here. Now let's move into the next part. So if I visit our website, you can see here it's completely blank and a brand new site. Now it's time to configure our typography and global color. So if I go to our design, you can see here is our design, and there are 3 or 4 colors here. We're gonna copy all the colors. So you can use any color picker on your Chrome browser. Right now I'm using Chrome browser, so you can simply search on Google color picker, sorry, not picture, Chrome extension. So when you search, you can see there are lots of color picker Chrome extensions. You can use any of them, and right now I'm using one of my personal custom color picker that I have created for my own for myself. So I think I have published on GitHub, but somehow that is not working. But if you want, you can email me. I will send you this color picker. And let's copy the color first. So let's click over here. You can see this is a light white color or a blue color, and copy or click over here. Click this one. So there are 3 colors we have grabbed, and here is the white color. And try this one if this is different. Not it's not a different color here. So we have, I think, 4, and let's select our black. So this is not a pure black color, it's 080415. It's not the pure solid black one. So we have collected our color, and now let's take a look at our fonts. Right now we are using DM Sans here. So DM Sans is a Google font, so we can use it easily. And we are using the medium, regular, and maybe there is a bold. So medium and regular. So we were gonna, you can see here when I click over here inside the design, it shows a medium, and it changed the spacing here. And let's say I click over here, it shows the color. Font weight is medium, typography, not the color. So we are gonna use the DM Sans and the medium and regular. And also if I click over here, I do not see any bold item here, but if I make it bold, because it's also essential to having a bold color inside a website. If we want to make it bold, make sure we have, like, let's say we have added this bold format here inside the paragraph, and it should have the font variant also inside our website as well. Now we have understand the color and typography. Now we're going to implement inside WordPress. To implement the color and typography, we have to navigate to appearance and click on editor. I'm going to create a new tab here. And as I said, I have explained all the things here inside our beginner friendly tutorial. I have attached the link into my video description so that you can learn from them, and it will help you to understand what I'm doing here. Now click on this styles tab, click typography, and we're going to install our first font. Click on this gear icon and you can see there are two fonts. First of all, we would like to disable these two fonts. Deselect and click update, and now click install fonts and click allow access to Google Fonts. Type DM Sans and click over here. So we are going to use the normal, which is 400, and medium and bold. Let's keep it the 500 as well, so if it's necessary then we'll be using that one as well. Click on install now. So we have installed our font. Now let's install or configure our color. Click on palette, and you can see by default there is a color palette here, and there's some other colors also available here. You can use the existing one, but I'm going to use the one that is displaying here inside our design, so that we can make sure it looks pretty similar what our design have here. Now let's navigate to our editor again, and if you hover over the color, you can see the base color is white, the contrast color, the accent color 1, 2, 3. So those are the accent color. If you click on this eye icon, you can see the color looks like this. If I click on design, it has the button and other elements also displaying here, and widgets. The widgets will be displaying how it looks like. So now if we click on text, we can see the text format. So this is the preview what we are going to change here. For an example, if I click on design, let's change the color. So copy the color from here. Let's copy the primary color and place over here accent 3, and then copy the black one to replace this black, and then copy the lighter color. So I'd like to use the light one here, and also there's a white color. I think this is the pure white color here, it's already, and copy this one. You do not have to follow any exact or standard way here. You can change the color randomly from here and apply them from the block styles itself. So I was mostly trying to replace the color with the based on the contrast. Let's say this is a blue color. I literally grab that, hey, it's a primary color. So we have black, let's replace the black one. So we have lighter color, let's replace the lighter one, but keep the rest of the color same. We do not have to delete them. We can keep the yellow, we can keep this gray color and a transparent one and this one. So we do not have to use those color as well. Now click save changes and go back to the styles tab here inside the text. So as you can see, the text color has been added here. If I go to the button, the text color and the button background color, if I click on background, it's selected from the contrast. We can select from accent color. Now when you select the button color from accent 3, you can see the button color has been changed from here, and that's why the design, that media, widgets and theme, those are for the preview what you have done here. Now we haven't done our typography settings yet. That's why it's displaying the default typography here. Now go back to our typography here, and we have selected the DM Sans, but we haven't selected all the fonts from the Elements tab. Let's say click on the text area and change the default to the DM Sans. And now as you can see, the fonts reflected instantly here inside our design. If I click on text, you can see all the fonts are displaying as DM Sans. Click on media so you can see how it looks like, and design. So basically the DM Sans looks like this. Now we are gonna copy the font size. So you have to understand the ratio here. If your font has, you have to define, let's say 80% of your font has the primary size is 18 pixel. That means we are gonna use the body font size 18 pixel. But if you think, hey, I have 18 pixel, I have 16 pixel font size, I have 12 pixel font size, so you have to make sure the ratio, or you have to maintain the ratio here. Let's say if you have font size, if I calculate here, let's say if you have font size 18 pixel here, the ratio, and the other 16 pixel is, let make it a little bit recognizable here. So this is the ratio of the 18 pixel, this is a ratio of 14 pixel, and this is the ratio of 12 pixel, and this is the ratio of 10 pixel. So if you have higher amounts of font across the sides, this will be your primary font size, which is 18 pixel, and this will be your secondary font size, which we are going to implement manually, remaining the other fonts, the rest of the pages. So I hope you have some good understanding here. And now that's why if we take a look at here, this font has 18 pixel, this font size is also 18 pixel, and this one is 18. Here you can see the 18 pixels, and if I click over here, this one is 16 pixel. So this is the only font places it shows 16 pixel, and if I compare with the whole page, 18 pixels are higher than the 16 pixels if I compare with the ratio. For an example, we could say 80% of the fonts are displaying 18 pixel and 20% of the fonts are displaying as 16 pixel on the home page. So we could definitely use 18 pixel as our base font size. So that's very important. I have seen many of you made a mistakes when selecting the font size here. Let's select our typography and click on this custom size icon here, and from RAM to click on PX and make it 18 pixel. Sorry, it should be pixel. And the letter spacing also should be 0 here. So this is our text, body text. Basically we have added 18 pixel, and we will change the link, heading, captions and other font size and colors when we are gonna develop or design our sections step by step. Now let's create our header. So I'm gonna close this preview sections from the Figma Design and drag this Figma Design on the right side. Close unnecessary tabs here. Keep this one open here and close this one as well. Before closing, let's make it save. And now close. So this is our dashboard, and this is our home page, and this is our design. Now let's understand and create our header first. So we have already copied our typography and color. Now it's time to create our header. And previously I have published another series tutorial where I have shown you how to move from Elementor to Gutenberg, and that was also using the default block editor. If you're interested and have some good time, then do check out that video as well. I will share. So I'd like to export the icons here only as of now. So let's select the icons area, and we can use icons plugin. By default Gutenberg, we are not going to use third-party plugins. As of now, we are gonna just use the default features and see how much we can replicate. Now let's export the image first. I'd like to export the image in SVG format, because when we are exporting any small amount of element, we should have export that one into SVG format for better viewing angle or better results. Click export, and if I drag and drop it into the browser, it looks like this. To use SVG image, we have to install a plugin called SVG support. So I have navigated to the WordPress and click add new, and then type here SVG support. This plugin will activate the SVG features where you can easily upload SVG icons, SVG images, and SVGs are better than the PNG format. It's lightweight and looks crisp and sharp. Now there is nothing to do, or you don't have to configure anything inside SVG supports plugin. Now it's time to navigate to our appearance and go to the editor. So we can navigate from the left sidebar area, or we can click over here and use the powerful search features from the Gutenberg. And if you go back to the editor on the left side area, you can see there is a template. There is all the templates that is displaying here, and there is also patterns where all the patterns are displaying here. So like header, footer, general, you can see all the patterns are displaying here, which is the built-in patterns with the 2024 WordPress theme, and 2025 WordPress theme. And you can edit this pattern by navigating from here, from this area. So instead navigating from here, I mostly preferred using the search options from here. So we can search anything and then we can navigate. Until we have to create any templates or pattern from scratch, we can use the search options. And for the search options, I'll be using the shortcut key from the keyboard, which you can see here, it's displaying Command K. And from the keyboard, I'm gonna press Command K to navigate to the here and there in different pages. Let's press Command K here and type header. So there are 3 headers. I'm gonna only use the header, default header. Click or hit enter, or you can click over here, or you can press enter from your keyboard. So this is our header area, and let's copy the text from here and go to the editor, paste the text on the left hand side. So this is basically, if I click on this overview or document overview icon, you can see this is a site title, and inside the site title, this is really not relevant. So we can use site title in different text or different word, but not the email address. So that's why I'm undo the changes here. I'm going to remove the site title, and instead site title, I'd like to use here the custom text using paragraph. Now let's delete all the groups and let's make it from scratch, because the purpose of this video to make things, we understand how the default blog works and how to make things from scratch. Let's type here group, hit enter, and you can see, let's understand the design. There are total 3 columns here. So we can take columns or we can take rows here to make this area. So I'd like to take row because I'd like to display them the edge of the container area on the left side, and on the right side. So let's take row here. And please take a look at here carefully on the list view. You can see inside the group I have taken a row items. Now if I click over here on the align item, I'm gonna make it wide width, and you can see there is 2 columns. It looks like 2 columns, but technically it's not a 2 column here. You can make it a more more interesting things here. You're gonna learn step by step. Click over here, and for these items you can see there is an icon and there is a text. For icon and text, I'd like to take group for two of them, or I could take a row, another row, and this will be only the image and this will be only the navigation. So let's take another row here. So inside row I have taken another row, and click over here again, add a paragraph, paste here and hit enter. So we can export this whole image easily from here. So it will make our work much easier when using the default one, when we do not want to use any custom code here. Let's select the Gutenberg. Okay, so let's select this group here and click export, and you can see the whole image looks like this. And select the PNG, SVG from here and click export, and click before and type here image, hit enter, select our image and display here. How easy it is, right? And now select the row here and go to the styles tab. You can change the block spacing by dragging and dropping here. So I'd like to add a tiny space which is 10 pixel, and click save changes, view our header. It looks much better, right? Now it's time to display these icons. Let's export this one. So the icon itself, you can see it takes much space at the top, left, bottom. So we do not want this icon take the white space in our pages, and that's why we're gonna press shift, not shift, we're gonna press command from my keyboard. Why it's not working? Okay, it's working like this way. Press alt from your keyboard and drag. It's still not working. So I think we should try a different one. So if I stuck here and there, and if I make any solutions, it will help you to learn those part, how to make solutions. So I'm gonna press alt from my keyboard and drag it to the completely outside of the frame areas. Now zoom in, and I'd like to try reduce. Right now I'm pressing the command and drag my cursor so that I can reduce the size of the image, and I'm still pressing my command key from the keyboard. When you're using Windows, it should be control key, so not command for window user. And just click on preview. You can see now it's transparent, and I'm gonna export these emojis. Okay, I have to export this one as SVG. Click export and go back to the header area again and select our primary row. Click on the plus icon, add image, click upload, and upload our emojis here. Boom, we are done here. And now click on the plus icon again inside the row and type here navigation. Hit tab. So you can see I am navigating using tab. I use my keyboard a lot here to speed up the process. Hit enter and select on this arrow icon. You can see right now it's displaying all the page list, but instead displaying the page list, I'd like to select the navigation from here on the right hand side. I can create a new navigation by clicking on this arrow icon or three dots icon and click create new menu. Then click over here and select home. Click on the plus icon, select our blog. And now we do not have any pages, and that's why it's displaying as a blank. So what we are going to do, we are going to create some custom link. Let's say about us, hit enter, click plus, contact us, hit enter. We're gonna replace them later. And services. Okay, so it should be contact me and about me, not us. I can also change it from here. And now let's drag and drop. Let's keep the home first, about the second position, and blog third, and contact last positions. Okay, this looks perfect here. So our header, all of the contents, all of them are displaying on the left hand side, and the row we are using here because there is a huge benefits when using row, when using group, and when we are using grid. So when I select the primary row, I can simply navigate here inside the layouts area and select space between. It will do rest of the work here. So as you can see, when I select space between, we do not have to add margin, padding, or anything here. It just takes its own space by default. That's why if you are using a column here, you have to add padding left, or you have to make it align left, right, and it will gonna create another issue in the future. Let's save changes and reload the page. So this is how it looks like. So we have done our header, not completed yet. We have to add some spacing and adjust the spacing here as well. On the top and bottom, you can see there is some padding, right? Let's add some padding. To understand the padding, you can select the menu and press the Alt key from the keyboard, and you can see it's displaying 58 pixel space at the top from the menu area. But we are not going to calculate from the menu area. We're going to calculate it from this part, 32 pixel. So from these emojis, the top, it should have 30 pixel, and from these emojis, the bottom area should have 25 pixel. So it should be 25 25 or 30 30. Let's make it select our whole group here, select the styles tab and select the padding and unlink from here, and at the top and bottom let's make it 30. We can make it 25 if it looks bigger than our expectation, and I think 25 looks perfect. Let's add a border at the bottom inside the group area. Unlink here, and I'd like to add a border at the bottom area only. Okay, it's a light color. I think it should be the light one. Let's take a look at here the border color. So I think we haven't added that color. Let's copy the color from here. I'm using my keyboard to copy the color and go to the editor area, select our styles tab, go to colors and add a global color here again. Let's add, I think this is our color. Let's add this one instead, the yellow, because this is our border color and yellow is not our color, right? And click on this settings icon here again and select the group, go to our styles tab, scroll down, select our color. It will not gonna display the color here right away until we create our hero area. Let's save changes, go to our front page and reload. So we have completed our header part here. Now if we take a look at our mobile device responsive view, it looks like this. And by default, it looks perfect. So we do not have to do anything inside the responsive view. But still, if you want to understand how it works, let me show you. So when I select the navigation, we can do a few things inside the responsive part. Now select on this settings icon while you have selected the navigation. So you can see there is allow to wrap to multiple lines. This is enable. And the overlay menus is basically the mobile menu. And you can make always or off or only mobile devices. And if I click on this arrow icon, hamburger, not hamburger, just equal, I'd say, select here and choose the hamburger icon. Or we can use the name only, the menu, close and open like this. But I'd like to use the icons here. And if I click over here, I can change the submenu overlay background color, a block spacing. So these are the old part that I have already created in-depth tutorial on my channel. So these are the same things, and if I receive requests from all of you, then I'll be adding a newer version. I think it's similar. There is no new part here, and as per the design, it looks okay here. So if I select the mobile smaller and then larger, it looks perfect. So we have completed our header. Now let's create our footer part. So we are going to create this part here, and we have created this part on the header already. We just copy the header part and create the below footer area. To copy the header, just select the group, and you can simply click over here, or you can use the shortcut key Command C or Control C to copy, and press Command K and type here footer. Hit enter and remove this group and paste a footer above area, this one, and then select or add this below footer part. Let's copy here. Add after, add row here, and then hit enter. Type here all right reserved. Okay, I have to do it again. So I'm using keyboard shortcut here, just keyboard. I'm pressing tabs from keyboard, and also I use enter a lot. So this is the, I think this is the designer name. I should keep this one to give him a credit here. Now copy the privacy policy, select another group or row here, basically not group, and hit enter and copy terms and conditions and paste here. So we can add our page URL later, but as of now I'd like to use hash and hit enter. Terms and condition, I'd like to use hash and hit enter. So as you can see, there is a pipe icons here, which is we called pipe. This one. Let's add this pipe here. Add enter, add pipe. So you will find the pipe on your keyboard. I think it would be above the enter. I'm using the small keyboard, so I'm not sure if you are bigger, if you're using bigger one, but let me show you how you can, or what is the pipe keyboard. So this one is the pipe, and you have to hold shift and press this key from your keyboard. I hope you understand. To add this pipe here. Now let's select 3 of them. Okay, so before select 3 of them, let's select the primary row here and make it wide width. And after that, make it space between. And now you can see, if I select the inner row, I could easily adjust the spacing between the pipe and the text here using the block spacing. Let's make it 5 pixels. And now inside the group area, add some space at the bottom area. But before adding a space, remove the margin here at the top and bottom. You can see there was space at the top and bottom before removing the margin. So if I hover over, So when I hover over, you can see the blue mark, the light blue mark is referring to there is some margin, because when I take my cursor inside the margin area, it will be visible. Let's make it 0. And now add some padding at the top and bottom, and X small looks perfect. So let's take a look. I think I have to add more. Let's add more padding. X small looks good. I think a small looks perfect also. Let's save changes and visit our website. So now it looks like this. And if you take a look at here, the border, it's not displaying the full width area, and the color is different rather than the header. The header looks full width, that's fine, but the color is different here and it's not full width. We can do that. We can select the color first from here, just copy, go to our footer and select a primary group. And first of all, we have to remove the border from here and reset this one. And now inside the row, I would like to add the border here. So we can add the border below row, we can adjust the padding again. It will a little bit time consuming, but without doing that, we can also add after. And then type here separator. So it's already visible here. Let's hit enter. And we can use separator, and inside the separator we can use group and drag this into the group area. In this way, you can see the separator has its own width and we can make it wide width. That looks much better, right? And now select the group and reduce the margin. By default, it has some margin top and we have to reduce that margin first. Now as you can see, it looks much better and the color looks perfect here. So we have completed our footer part. Now let's create our hero area. So before I start creating, I'd like to export the image from here so that we can use without having any issues. Now first I would like to export this image from here. And for normal image, when it's transparent, we can use a PNG format instead using SVG. So SVG will be using on small icons which needs sharper views and less in kilobytes. Now select export or click export. So as you can see, the image has been exported. When I open this image, it looks like this. It's a transparent image. And now there is another image here. You can see behind my photos, which is, if I hide my photos here, you can see there is an image, this one, and also there's a 2 image here. So how can we export this one? So we can select this mask here. It's already grouped, and select export. You can see the image looks like this. And for this type of images, it's a good practice to use SVG image to not lose the quality. Click on export mask group, and we can rename this image. We can make this image BG image or hero BG image. So it should have a meaningful name here as always. And now if I activate my image here again, so it's back. Now I just undo and the image is back, and let's create our hero area. We have our background image, we have our portrait photo image. So now let's navigate to our home page editor. So I can navigate from here, open a new tab, or I can navigate from this editor area. I can simply type here Command K and home. You can see the home page. So this is the page and this is the template. Let's select the page, and the home page looks like this. So we can start adding content here directly inside the content area. So this is the content area where we can add content. The above areas is the template part, so we should keep those part. It will not gonna display on the front end part. But if it seems like a little bit confusing to all of you, do not have to edit from here. You can simply navigate here and edit this into a page editor. So this is the place you can also add content here as well. Let's close this editor and now type here cover and select a background color. The accent color towards the light background color. Make the cover full width. Add a media here and upload our image. So we have downloaded the image here and rename hero busy image and add an alternative text here. Select, and now the image looks like this. So make sure it should display perfectly, and let's add a minimum height here. And now you can see there is a 2 columns. On the left hand side there is image myself, and the right hand side there is a content here. So I would say this is a heading 1 size. So now we are gonna configure the heading. So if we just use this one as a heading 1, so the heading 1 size should be 80 pixel, which is huge, but it's not ideal to use 80 pixel because we are going to use the heading 1 size globally on our other pages. So that's why I would like to make the heading 1 size around 50 pixel, because if I calculate the heading 2 size, it's 56. So the heading 1 should be 58 or 60 pixel, which is perfect. And I will add this size manually because we are going to use this bigger text only on the hero area. Now let's go back our hero area. I'll add a 2 column first. And make this column wide width. Add my image here first. So upload my image. Add name. It's a good practice to add relevant alternative keyword so that it ranks well on Google and display on search results. And now as you can see, the image displaying at the bottom, but there's a space at the bottom area. I would like to keep it at the bottom area here. So as you can see, it looks much clear and perfect here. And now add content, add a heading. So let's copy the content from here, paste here, make it H1. I will add the size here, which is 80 pixel, bold, DM sans. Let's make it 80 pixel and also select on these 3 dots, select the appearance. It should be the bold. Hit enter, paste the content here. And this should be 18 pixel and the color is light color. And there's 2 buttons, a book a call and my works. Book a call and my works. So now the button, if you take a look at the site, the button looks different here and also our design. And if we want to change the button, we can do it from here directly, or we can do it globally from our editor area. So now let's save this page. And the best thing is when you're using editor area, you can change the button from the right hand side. Right now, as you can see, there is no styles tab here because we are using page. And that's why there is no styles tab. But if we navigate to the editor from appearance and editor, we will have a styles tab where we can change styles globally. Now, as you can see, these are the templates. These are the template part of the page template area. So we are not going to remove them and it will not going to create any issues as of now. So now the main things here, when we are using editor, we have to add content inside the content area. Now it looks like this. So we are gonna use this style step that I discovered. It's not available here when we are using page, but when we are using editor area, you can see the editor.php, and if you take a look at here, it's a post.php. So always make sure when you're using editor and inside the canvas, you can have the style step, but when you're using post or page editor, or you're not going to able to change anything inside the style step. Do not get confused. It's very important to understand. Now I can go back to the style step here and go to the blocks, go to the buttons, and select the button from here and adjust the radius to 0 and make it looks like our design. So it almost similar, and I think we have to increase the padding on the left and right side a little bit. Now it looks perfect, I would say. Let's make it 35. It looks much better now. And the secondary button, which is this one, we can do it manually because all of them are the same format, the only one. So as per the ratio, if we compare this filler button has the ratio 80% and my works and other buttons are 20% on the whole website. Now we can simply, okay, sorry, this is the page. We can simply go to the editor again. This is our editor area. So select the settings tab from here and select the my work and change the background transparent. It should be transparent and the text should be black color. I think it's a black color. Yes. And reduce the padding. And after that, add border bottom. So I have added border bottom here by pressing Command and U. You can use a Control and U from your Windows. And now let's display them in the middle of this page. So we have selected the column here and select this alignment, which is the vertical alignment middle. Click Save Changes and reload our home page. So now as you can see, our home page has the title which is displaying from page template, and the hero area looks like this. But I do not want to display this title from page template. We are gonna work on the template when we are creating different templates. When we are working on page template, single post template, you're going to understand how the template works. Now let's focus on the page as of now. So how can we disable this one? If you want to disable the title, you have to navigate to the edit page area. So we can easily change our template from the editor. If we click over here, let's have a look inside the templates. There is a template called page no title. That means when we select this template, it will remove our title. And right now we are using the default page template, which is pages. This is the default one, and that's why it has the thumbnail or featured image and the title here. Now let's go back to the editor, and we have to navigate to the page, and still we are using site editor here. And now select the page and go to the templates and swap the template and select page no title. So as you can see, when I select page no title, it looks clean and it looks much better, right? And it disables the other unnecessary part. And now as you can see, the header looks white color, but if we take a look at our design, the header has the same background color like the one that we are using here inside the hero area. Let's navigate to the editor again and press Command K, type here header, hit enter, select the group, select style step, add a background color, and press Command K and type here home. And this is the home template. This is the page. Click page, and now it looks like this. So there is a spacing between this area, and there is some other things. We are gonna work on them step by step. Let's click Save Changes here and reload. So we have our hero area, and if we just take a look at our design, it looks perfect here and much better. Now there is a follow me on Behance, Dribble and Instagram, so we are going to add that part here, and I'll try to keep or stick inside the editor. I will not going to use the page editor from here in this series tutorial, so that you can understand why it is important and how to use it. Let's add social icons here. Select buttons and press Command Alt Y, and it will add a new line below your selected area. Now type here row, hit enter. Again press tab, hit enter, press tab, hit enter, and Control paste or Command paste here. Hit enter, press slash, type social icons or social and hit enter. Press tab, hit enter, type dribble, hit tabs and hit enter. So how easy it is, right? So I can use this very quickly and create any layouts rather than using any other page builder. So Behance, and let's select Behance here. If I use the keyboard shortcut continuously, then you might get confused, and that's why I'll be using keyboard and also mouse as well, so that you can understand. So you can change the color as well. Let's select the social icons and go to the Styles tab. You can select the logos only. You can select the default one, and you can choose the icon background color to white color, or let's have a look. It's transparent, and we can make it transparent and add a border here. I think there is no options to add border manually here one by one, so that's why we have to use a little bit background color here, so it looks perfect now. And if you just take a look at here, it's displaying at the bottom of this area. And how can we do that? We can add padding top, but instead adding padding top, we can use other features, like we can make it row, and we can make space between. If we really want to add some space, instead a spacer, we can make them. So how I selected them, I have press shift or holding the shift and click the elements that I would like to make them a group or a stack. So I'd like to make them stack because it will help me to add a space between the items as well. Because if you take a look at here, the space is a little bit higher. And I can click over here and press Alt and hover over the button, or then pressing Alt, you can see it's displaying the 50 pixel board space between the button and text. So I could select the stack here, go to the styles and add block spacing here. So I could add 50 pixel, but I think 50 pixel would be much bigger. 40 or 30 looks perfect here. And now here is the stack and there is a row here. What we can do, we can simply select two of them and create another stack, and then click on the styles and add block spacing. So I'd like to space a large mode here, and it looks much better than the previous version. Click save changes, and it will gonna work on mobile, tablet without changing anywhere. So as you can see, it looks perfect on mobile devices. So if you want more customized design, more customized features for responsive devices, the default Gutenberg doesn't allow you to do that. In order to make things more perfect, you have to use the Spectra block or any kind of WordPress block extension like Cadence. Now we have completed our hero area. So we can also change the paragraph break into the hero area. but we just keep the paragraph same as of now. If you just compare here, okay, let's close other tabs. The paragraph, we can break it down from here by pressing enter to make our looks like similar. Let's try that, like this one that I'm doing right now. I'm pressing shift and hit enter. And also, if we want, we can also change the color to the exact match. If there are several clients or some clients, they want exact match or 100% replica. So I think this is the color here. We have already taken that color. And now click Save Changes. Now it's time to move into our this part, Meet My Recent Clients. So here you can see there are several images. So basically those are logos. Let's copy that or those logos from here first. I'm going to select the group or the main part of this logo and click Export, choose SVG and click Export Google. Now select the Warner Bros. Click Export, choose SVG and click Export Warner Bros. And here you can see this two logo has been exported here perfectly. Now following the same, I'm just speed up the process here. So we have successfully exported our logos here. Now we are navigating to the editor area, and below the hero area, let's add after and add a group here. The group works like a container. So if you take a look at the design, there will be two columns. The first column has Meet My Recent Clients, and the second column has this all information. So let's make or take columns here, two columns, and select this area to make it wide width. Well, I think it should be wide width like this way, and why the column is not displaying widely. So now it's wide width right now, and I'd like to add the heading first. Copy the text from here and paste here. So if you take a look at here, this is 56 pixel font size and this has 42 pixel, and let's make it 52. 56 means H2 and 42 means H3. So to fix that, I have to navigate to the typography, go to the headings and click here all. So first of all, I'd like to select DM Sans, and I'd like to use a semi-bold font for all the fonts. It will look much better here. So currently the design is just for a sample, but I'd like to make it to look more nicer as per my expertise, because this is not a client project. So that's why I do not have to worry about, but if this is a client project, I have to make it 100% similar. Now we can use as a separator this line, or we can export and use this as images, but I would like to use this as separator here. So we can use separator, or we can use specific things like gradient. So let's see if we can make it using separator. I have to select the settings area to activate the separator area here, and choose the background color to our blue color. And there's no options to add like width and height. So in order to fix it to the width, I'd like to make it columns here, or we can make it row. But if we make it row, the separator will not gonna work as expected. Here you can see. Let's make it fixed width and see if it's working or not. And we have to add fixed width, and then it will be displaying the separator like this way. And select the row and display the content at the top. And add some padding top to the separator area. But just take a look at here, there is only options to add margin. So I'm gonna unlink this one and add margin at the top. And now it looks much similar. But if you just take a look at here, it feels like it has 2 pixels, but I cannot increase the pixel here inside the separator. So when I select separator, there is no options to fix the height or add the border pixel size here. So we can use separator like this way for these solutions, or we can use a gradient. But right now I think we can use separator as of now, and that's fine to me. But for gradient it will take more time to make it perfect. Now let's create the inner part here, and if you just take a look at here, there will be 4 columns and 2 rows here. So in that situation, what we can do, we can simply take group and we can make it grid. So I have selected the group and then make it grid here like this way. And the minimum column width should be, let's say, 10 rem. That will added the 4 column value here. Now let's select image, media library, and upload our images. So there will be several images like SVG and also PNG. I have exported few of them as SVG and as PNG as a mistake. Let's select, I'm pressing shift from my keyboard and selecting one by one, drag and drop it here. There will be total 8 icons or logos here. Now let's take a look at the design. The first one is Google, then Warner, MailChimp, and Adobe. So let's make our first row. Select Google, I think this one, Google, and then Warner. So I'm gonna press Google first, but I have to wait until it's uploaded fully here. And make sure you have added alternative text. So what I'm going to do, I'm gonna copy the name and paste it here as alternative text, or you can copy the title and paste it here. So it will make sure you have added proper title as well. And you can duplicate this image. So you can see it takes its place automatically. Now click replace, select Warner Bros, and make sure you have copied the title and paste it here as alternative text. Again, you can copy by pressing here, or you can use a shift command D. So if I select here, I can press shift command D for copy, and it's very easy, right? Let's click replace. And the third one is MailChimp. Control C, Control or Command V, select, and again duplicate, click replace, select Adobe, and select here, duplicate again. So you can see when I duplicate, it opens a new line. If I click grid, you can see here there is nothing. So it just increase the line and break it under the 4 options here. Now select the Adobe here, and I have to replace this one. It should be Upwork, then Creative Cloud, WooCommerce, and Canva. Upwork, select here and duplicate, then select Creative Cloud, and duplicate again, WooCommerce, select, and then duplicate again for Canva. So as you can see, if I update this page, it looks like this. So now if we take a look at our design, you can see there is a space between the items. So when I select the whole design here and press or keep the cursor at the top design area and press Alt, it will display the gap between the top sections and the selected sections here. And it's 98 pixel, but let's say it's 100 pixel. And if I select the below part and press Alt, it's 133 pixel, the below part. But I'd like to make it 100 and 100 top and 100 bottom here as of now. Let's select group and make sure you have disabled the margin first. And then in the padding, add 100 top and bottom. And click Save Changes, reload. So as you can see, it looks perfect now, and we can also adjust the space between the items here, but it seems like that it looks perfect. I think it should add some space between this item here. Let's add a space here. Let's select grid and select styles and then block spacing. Let's add a small here. Now it looks much better. Reload now. Perfect. So in our previous part, we haven't set up the global fonts here. I think I forgot to add here. So I have to navigate to the styles tab and go to the typography, go to the heading, and for heading 1 I have to select 60 pixel here. Let's make it 60. And for heading 2 I have to select here 56. And then for heading 3 I have to select here 36. I think this one is 42, and the font should be the medium for all the heading. Let's make it 42. And heading 4, it should be 36. And then heading 5 should be 25. So I'm just added the random value here based on my experience, because I know how to design and develop, and I have based on my UI experience. This is the standard heading size for this kind of wide spacing websites, and that's why I have added, and how it looks like now. So we have added our headings, and this is the heading 3. Now let's save changes and start creating these sections, specialties. Let's copy the text from here. And so reload this page as well. And meet my recent client. So I have to add enter. Okay, it looks perfect here. And let's add enter here. I think it looks much better now. Well, it looks good here. And now let's create our second sections here, specialties. Copy the text from here and select the group area and press Ctrl Alt or Command Alt and then Y to add something below this selected area. So I'm using shortcut here and type here group, hit enter, again hit enter, and type here column. And I'd like to use 3 columns, so I could use column here or row or grid. But for this design, the column is perfect. Let's add 3 column and select here, make it full width or wide width, and also from group make it wide width. Okay, and I just selected update here, and before the columns area, let's add add a heading here, H2, make it center, hit enter, add a paragraph and make it center as well. Let's hit enter. And when I hit enter, I press shift as always if I do not want to use or create another paragraph. If I do not press shift and hit enter, as you can see, it creates two paragraphs here. But I do not want to use two paragraphs. I just want add a spacing inside one paragraph. Let's export this design first. So this is the icons. Let's click on export and make sure you have select SVG, click export icon. Select the second one, click export, choose SVG, export icon. Select this one, click here and click SVG and then export icon. So we have successfully exported our three icons. Now select the product design here. And if you take a look at here, when I select the text, it's changed its spacing here. That's not a good sign. Again, if I change, as you can see, it changes letter spacing. So I should have make it 0. So that's an issue inside the Figma design, that design that I'm using right now. Now let's start creating these sections. And first of all, take a look at the size of this heading. It's 32 pixel and this was 42 pixel. So I think we haven't taken any heading that is 32 pixel. Let's make the 4 32 pixel and H5 25, so that we can use 4 here instead adding the heading size manually. Let's type here heading and change it to the H4. I hope you understand what I did here. And now press Command Alt T to add the new line at the top. Type image and click upload and upload this one, the first one. This is the first one. Upload this image. I think this is on the first one. Yes. And here is the background color. Let's copy the lorem ipsum and also understand the gap between the items, which is the padding 43 left, right, bottom 32. So let's add paragraph and add 3 of them as a group, or you can make them stack, but I'd like to add them as a group here because I'd like to add some padding and other changes here. So if I select the settings and change the background color inside the group, it will look like this. And let's add padding top and bottom 35 pixel, left and right 40 pixel. Because the design, I can see here the padding is inconsistent. There is 43 and there is 42. So this is not a good practice for adding padding here. And that's why I have added 40, 40, 35, 35. So I just make them consistent. Let's hide this part. And as you can see, it looks perfect here. Now go to our editor and select the group. I can copy this group easily and paste here. Select P and then paste. Again, select P and then paste here. Now copy the text UI UX design. Change the icon here. Let's upload all the remaining icons. And I'm not going to add the alternative text as of now in the next part of this series. I do not want to spend much time here because this is a practice project so that you can learn and understand how the Gutenberg work. But I have already explained why the alternative text is important and why we should use them. Now let's add the last one here. I just noticed that the bold text format is not looking so good here. So what I'm going to do, I'm gonna change the bold for H3 and 4. Go to the typography, heading, and for H3, let's make the appearance regular, and 4 should be also regular. And the 2, we can keep the 2 as I think it was semi bold. And now if I just take a look at the spacing below this content area, there is around 60 pixel. Let's add some spacing here at the top. So let's select the columns area from here and add some padding at the top from this settings area. Unlink from here and top, let's add 60 pixel. So I think 50 would be fine, because by default you can see this text has its own padding here around 10 pixel. And now when I select the column, I can see the column gap is also big compared to this design. So if I understand the gap, there is 30 pixel gap between these columns. Let's make it 30 pixel. When I select column, I can simply navigate to the block spacing, and this is the left and right spacing. Let's make it 30 pixel. And as you can see, it looks perfect now. If we add any padding left right, it will not gonna work on responsive devices. So that's why you have to use or follow a best practice to make things work. Now let's take a look at the design here. There is also 140 pixel bottom padding here as well. So let's add 140 pixel or 100 bottom padding. So I think 130 would be perfect here for this area. Click Save Changes and reload the page. So now it looks much better here. Now this is the most important part of this series, where we are going to use the dynamic content and using the default block and loop builder as well. So in these sections we have to create a custom post types, where we'll be using the loop builder to display these items at the front end and display the image and content dynamically here. So let's navigate to our dashboard and hover over the plugins, click Add New and type here ACF. Click Install Now and click Activate. So we have activated the ACF plugin. So the full meaning of this plugin is Advanced Custom Field, created by WP Engine. And now hover over the ACF and click Post Types and click Add New. Then type here, the plural name should be here, Projects, and hit Tab from the keyboard and type here Project, and the post type key name should be display automatically. And I'm not going to use the taxonomy as of now, and keep all the parts similar, look like this. And there is some little changes that we're gonna explore in a later, where we are going to create a archive page, basically an archive page for projects. So there is something else that I'd like to share in the advanced settings and hierarchical. So click Save Changes. Now if I go to the all projects, there is no projects here. If I click Add New Projects, you can see by default there is a title and the featured image and content area. So for our projects, this is enough. So we have featured image, we have title, we have a content and a read more button. But this is the excerpt, so we can display the content as excerpt. That's fine. There is no need to worry about that. Now let's add some projects and test projects basically. Let's copy the text from here, paste here, and let's open Lipsum. So we have to add 4 projects, which is the dummy projects here. Then we're gonna style our front part. And you can add any kind of styles here. It will be displaying as a project page. And from projects, set featured image. And the featured image would be these images. Let's export. And let's make this image a little bit bigger. Let's make it 4x bigger. Click and make sure you have selected the JPG version for this image. And let's see how much bigger it's enough, I would say. Let's select here the projects and upload the image here. I'm not going to rename the image file as of now. As I said here, this is a test projects, but make sure you have renamed the file, which is very important for client projects, and alternative text as well. So we have published our first projects here. Click publish, and you can share your case studies here inside this editor. You can write whatever you want. And now click banking app, copy the text, add new project, and then export the image here. Export, make sure it's 4 and JPG. So we have successfully added all the projects here. If I go to the dashboard and go to the projects, you can see all the projects, 4 projects we have added successfully here. Now if you want, you can change the project icon by navigating to ACF and post types. Click on projects and go to advanced. So you can see here there is a label and visibility. So from the visibility you can change the icon. Let's say for projects you'd like to add projects or portfolio FC. Let's use this one, and you'll be able to see that icon has been changed as a file icon. Now if I go to the projects and open a view page, it will looks like this. It will display as a post page, but we can change this easily, and we'll do it later step by step on this series tutorial. We will create a fully custom single page for projects and single custom page for post as well. Now let's create our project sections. So this is our project sections, and take a look at this design and understand how they create it. So first I would like to take I'd like to take a group and then 2 columns, and then there will be loop builder. Here is our editor, and add new after, take group and make it wide width, and also add column here. There should be 2 columns, make it also wide width, and on the left side add heading 2, add the text, and the right side add paragraph content. And under this group area, let's make the group full width, because we want full width background, deep blue color, and make the text white. So instead making this text white, you can select the group and go to the styles and text, change the text color here, and it will apply every single text inside this group area. And also add some padding at the top and bottom. Let's make it 100 pixel, or 130 would be perfect. I think it's 20. And now under these sections, add after, and take a look at the design. So we can take here grid. It will look much better in this scenario, but the grid we should have used inside the loop builder. So let's see if we can use that, or we have to use a row. So let's select loop builder here first, which is a query loop, and start a blank and select image, date and title. Inside the loop builder, when I select, I'd like to make it full width, and then when I select post template, I could make it grid view here, and after that I could also make it 2 columns grid. and I do not want to use the pagination here. And the search results, we can make it no projects found. So when there is no projects, it will be displaying no projects found. But by default, the loop builder is displaying our post. But we have to select the loop builder again and select the projects from here. And it will be displaying the projects here. Now we do not want to display the date. And we would like to display the title, excerpt. Let's add excerpt and read more. So if you just take a look at here, it's a read more button here. So we can add a separate read more called case study. And as of now, we can show the new line. We can disable this read more and hit enter. Okay, sorry. Not enter, it will not gonna work. I have to add after and add read more here. And type here case study. Select and also make underline here. Now you can see if I just save and view this page, it looks like this, right? So let's make it similar to our design. It's very easy. I hope you got some idea now, because we have already created similar sections at the top. And first of all, I'd like to reduce the number of excerpt text. And now reload here. It looks better now. And for this heading, I don't know what they're using here. It's 32. That means we have selected the 32 from here. If you take a look at here, it's heading 4. And we're gonna change it to ACE4, which is displaying 32. Now let's make it a quick changes here. Let's make them as a group and select the image and take display below, and then make them a row and change the width of the image here as well from settings and the featured image. So we could also make the image link to the excerpt or the single item, and also the title should be linkable or clickable, and the image is displaying a wider, which I do not expect it here. So we can make a width, let's say 200 pixel, and see, let's see if it's 200 pixel. It's 246 pixel and 147 pixel. So let's make it 246 and height 170 pixel, and it should be fill so that it display perfectly. And now you can see the group looks a little bit different because of this alignment. Let's make it justify left, and then you can see it's displaying inside a row. There is a group and there is an image, and inside this row what we can do, we can make this background color white and then text color black. After that, let's make some padding here. Let's make it first 20 top bottom, and on the left hand side 25, and see how it looks like. Reload this page, and as you can see, it looks almost similar, and we have to play around to make it similar, 100% similar, if we really want to make it 100% similar, right? So first of all, we have to reduce this number of excerpt from here, and also make sure the image width is working perfectly. Let's make it. Let's reduce the number of excerpt to 16 and see. Okay, still it's not decreasing the excerpt. Let's make it 10 word and reload. Yes, it's decreasing. And now decrease the value space between this Wally website and also the font size, which is 16 pixel. Let's select the font size. We have already selected the excerpt from here, and go to the typography, make it 16 pixel, and select the group again. Reduce this gap between the items by navigating to the block spacing. Let's make it 10 pixel, which is, it looks perfect here. And when I select row, there is group and image, and when I select row, make sure you have selected the space between. And for these images, let's make it fixed width. And I was wondering why the width is not working as expected. It should work 246 pixel width. I believe it should work now. And also at the same time, I'd like to add aspect ratio, width, height, fill. Let's make it cover and reload. And now reload this page. So as you can see, the image looks better, but not the exact size here. It's displaying here 170 or 185, but the original size is. So let's make it 2 column here. Why we are making it so complicated? Let's remove all the height. Let's make it 2 column. Makes life easier. Remove the row here. Well, so it's very easy. Let's go to the, let's make it column here and drag this group inside the column and drag this image the second column. That's it. Maybe you might get confused here, but just a little bit pause the video or slow down the speed. If I'm talking very fast, then you can slow down, or if I'm talking very slow, then you can speed up the video durations. But I'm trying to explain what is best for you. Now select the group column here, and inside the column we have added the image and the content. Now it looks better. There is no width, right? And the image is displaying original aspect ratio here. So it should display perfect now. But when I select column, let's make it middle. And also we have to add a padding here. That's very important. So normally when you select column, you cannot add. Okay, so I think there's options they have added in the latest versions. Let's make or add a background color white, and the text color should be black, and there is already padding here. Let's click save changes and reload. So it looks perfect, much better, but it has some issues here. So why there is a spacing? Let's investigate. The column has some margin here, and these are the margin that is added by default inside the column. Let's select the column here and go to the style step and reduce the margin to make it 0, and try to understand the space between these items, 30 and all over the 30 pixel. Let's make it 30 pixel spacing between the items here. So when I select a column, let's go to the block spacing. Sorry, why I'm pressing here, block spacing reduce 0, and select the post template and add the block spacing here 30 pixel. Now it looks much better. Reload. So as you can see, it looks perfect now. If we click case study, it will take us to the single page, our case study page. And if I click on image or text or title, it will take me the same single project page. And also take a look at the URL. It's displaying as project and then your project title. Now go back to the home, scroll down, and you can see here is our project sections. And now if you just compare the design, there is a spacing issues that you could add here to improve or make it similar. There is 70 pixel, and also this text is some break, it has some break. Let's make it some break here. and also this text should be displaying at the center. And now below this columns area, add some spacing, which is padding, and it should be 70 pixel. Perfect. So we have completed our case studies. There is a button called all projects. Copy and add a button here below the loop builder. Change the background color to white color, text to black, and make this button center. Add some spacing at the top, because if you take a look at here, there is around 80 pixel space at the top of this button area. So we can add something like a smaller regular, which is around 40 pixel. Sometimes you have to add a spacing based on your experience, based on how it looks like on real browser. If the designer is new, then sometimes it will not gonna reflect how it looks like on real browser. If they do have higher experience, then it should display perfectly. The design that we collected here from a website, so right now it's not our in-house designers, and that's why there is nothing more we can do here, and we have selected the design for this tutorial only. So now it's time to create these sections where we will be highlighted a video and also the number of years of experience, awards, and client ratings. So to create these sections, I have to navigate to editor first. So I just open a new tab here, and also I'd like to drag this Figma on the left side so that I can navigate here and there easily. Now from Figma, you can see you have to understand what we are going to create here. This is a complete sections, and it will be we can differentiate as a 2 sections. We can make this video into different sections, and this part will be also another individual sections. Let's create this part here first, then you will be able to understand easily what's going on here. Now first of all, I just take a group. I hope you guys already have some ideas. And now you can see here, I'm sorry, this one. Let's keep this on the right side. Take the first small title here, or subheading. So I'm just added heading, paste here, and let's make it H4 and make it center. After that, take the heading 2 and also change the color, hit enter, and this is another heading, change it to the heading and heading 2, make it center. And at the same time, if I activate the list view, you can see here, I just click over here and zoom out a little bit so that you can understand the overall layouts easily here. I just zoom out. Okay, so this is perfect as of now, and add some content here at the bottom. Make it center. So you can see on the left hand side, inside the group, I have added 2 heading here, and I should take this one also inside the group, not outside the group. And I just added this paragraph inside the group here again by drag and drop here. So now we are gonna create these sections, these years of experience, features and awards and client ratings. So here what we are gonna do, we are going to create these sections. We will take a group here, and after that we will make sure this group has a fixed width 946 pixel. As you can see, it's displaying here, and it's not a full width, it has a fixed width, and we'd like to apply that width here as well. Let's take group first here. add a group. And now you can see here we can place width, but before adding width we have to make sure it's wide width, or we have to add a width here 946. So as you can see, it's now working perfectly here. But if we do not make it wide width, if we make it none, it will not gonna apply this width. So this is very important. Keep in mind, you have to make sure you have selected the wide width if you want to add any custom width here. That's very important. Now let's take a look at our design here. There is a 3 column, so we can take column or we can take grid here. So instead column, why we should take grid? So there is a benefits taking grid and instead of column here. In most cases, when you are using grid, it will be really easy for you to make your website responsive on different devices. So that's why we'd like to add another group here. And this group will be a grid. So I have to select it, grid. And there are 4 grid here. But if I increase the column width, let's say from 12, I'd like to increase 17, or I think 17 would be perfect. So when I use 17, you can see it's displaying 3 column. Initially it's a grid, but when I add content, it will be displaying in 3 column. And you will be able to see the useful features when you are using grid later on when I configure the responsive view for this project. Let's copy the content from here, and this is 56 pixels. So go back to our editor, add a heading, and I believe it's 56 pixels here. Okay, it will not gonna work inside this editor. It will work at the front end. So we can apply from here. Yes, it's 56 pixels. And now copy years of experience. Also, if you take a look at here, the font color looks different. It's 51586, a little bit gray color. It's not exactly the black color here. So we can change the font color to the one that is using our design. So we can change it globally later on. Now so you can see when I add enter, it will add information here. But we want to add information below this item. So what we can do, we can simply press shift, or we can simply make this one as a group here. So you can see we just added the heading as a group, and inside this group we will add paragraph. So just take a look at here carefully. There is a grid. Inside the grid there is a group, and if we add additional paragraph, let's remove this one, add additional group here, it will be displaying exactly looks like this. Now look at our design. It looks more compact. So what I can do, I'd like to just duplicate this one and take a look at the font size of this design first. 18 pixel regular. So let's make it 18 pixel. It's already 18, I think. Yes. And from group, copy this group, or you can duplicate, again duplicate, and you can also use shortcut key Command D to duplicate any items. Remove this item, and you can see here inside the grid, it's now displaying on the left and on the right side, edge to the edge. So that's not good for the design. So we have to add some padding here on the left and right side of this grid item. So when I select style, we can simply add padding. So you can see on the left and right, we can add some padding here. Let's add larger padding. And at the same time, you can see when we add padding, it changes the layout because we have to reduce the REM, or the minimum column width. So let's make it a little bit larger here. 13 would be perfect. And now when I add grid and add some border at the top and bottom, You can see the difference. Well, add here and add padding at the top and bottom. So that's the view that I wanted to achieve here. I added a space on the left side padding, on the right side padding, inner padding, and at the top and bottom. And at the same time, I have added the border with the exact width that we have inside our design. So I hope you understand. Now it's time to change the font text and the font value here, which is not font, the featured errors value, basically 21 plus and 97%. Let's change them. So we have completed our interactive designer, our experience sections. Now let's create this video area here. So there is something that you have to understand, and it's very important to learn about these features. You will be able to see a lot of layouts like this where few parts of this layout is white, few parts of the layout is a different color. It could be on left and right, it could be on top and bottom. So for this video you can see it's top and bottom area. Now what we can do, we can simply use a group here and make this section easily. So let's do it. But before adding video, I would like to add a third-party plugins for video. So as you can see, for this video there is no other elements. It's simple custom icons and the video. If you want to use a video that is minimal layouts and looks very stylish, then I highly recommend you to choose a third-party plugin. So here you can see I'm gonna add a new plugin from here by clicking on add new and type here Presto player. Click install now and click activate. So now we have activated the Presto player, and you can now navigate to your home page and just save the previous work. And to display the data, just reload this page, scroll down and type here Presto player. So you can see when I type Presto, it's appearing here. Hit enter and you can display here a video which is from your media library. You can display video from YouTube, you can display video from Vimeo and audio, and from BunnyNet. It's a paid. Now I'd like to use a YouTube video here, and we have to add the URL. To add the URL, I'm going to navigate to my YouTube channel and take one of the recent video I'd like to take here, which is this one. This is very important video for all of you. Go to the editor, paste here and click add video. So you can see here the video has a nice player button here with some additional control. Now you can choose a minimal layouts from here. It will display only the play icon here. Now if you compare with our design, it's circle and the brown color added here. So we can change the layout here as well. If you scroll down, you can see there is some branding styles for the color, and let's copy the color from here. This is our brand color. Let's copy, go to our design, add the color, and you can see it looks much better. Save branding, and you can see here there is also a YouTube optimize, there's also minimal, there's also course and some other features that you can apply here. Now if you want to style this play button, as of now there is no options for the free versions where you can style the play button. So you can see there are some other features that you can use when you have the pro features, pro version of this plugin basically. And if I go to advanced, there is also custom CSS. So you can change this button style using custom CSS, but our goal is not to use custom CSS for this series tutorial, where we'll use the default features. Instead, using these third-party plugins, we can also use the default player where we can display the video. So let's add default video from WordPress core itself. So select YouTube embed. This is a default video and paste here, embed. So as you can see, this is the default block from the Gutenberg itself. Now, if you want, you can use the default one. On the other hand, if you want, you can use a custom plugin that I'm using right now. So I'm going to remove this one, and it's almost similar to our existing design here. So we are not going to add custom code as of now for display button, but we'll keep the design like this way. Also, if you want, we can use this image as a poster. Here you can see the poster image we can apply. Let's add. And for this kind of image, try JPG format, click export. And you can see the JPG format shows here 444 kilobytes, which is huge. So I'm gonna navigate to Photopea to convert this image into WebP format. And besides that WebP format, I would like to convert that and reduce or optimize the image. So as you can see, from 444 kilobytes, it's now displaying 37 kilobytes. Huge drop, right? Go to the editor again, upload our image. So you can rename the image as a meaningful name. So you can put it here, video thumbnail or intro video thumbnail, whatever you want. It's completely up to you. Add here video thumbnail and select here. So you can see we have added the video thumbnail as well. Now it's very important to understand the color things here that I have clearly mentioned a couple of times. So we have selected the group here. When you're using a wide width, you cannot display the color inter browser. So that means you can see here this color is displaying from browser this left side to the right side. But let me show you what I mean here. Select the group, go to the styles tab, add a background color. So you can see here there is a limitation of this color. It's displaying in the exact width of this wide width container. So we have to select the full width. Now when I select full width, it looks better here. Now we do not want to use the color inside the whole group. We would like to use the color this area, so at the middle of this video area. How can we do that? So we can simply use the gradient features from here. So from top, make it white, and at the bottom, let's use our color here. So I'd like to copy the color code, this one, or you can use a color picker to take the code here. And now go to the home page again, paste the color. It looks like this. Now all we have to simply drag and this one to make a perfect alignment here, and after that make it 180. So you can see it almost looks perfect, but we have to adjust the height of this area. So as you can see, it looks perfect now, and we have successfully added our color here inside this video background area where it's displaying at the middle of this video area. Now let's take a look at here. If I go to our design again, there is some gap between these years of experience, features, and clients rating, and also the gap at the top. So if I click over here and press my Alt from the keyboard, it will show us the top spacing is 140 pixel. Now we have to add some spacing at the top first. I have selected this group and go to the styles tab and unlink the padding, and only the top let's add 130 pixel or 20 pixel, because there is some spacing at the top already, and now it looks much better here. And add some spacing here inside this grid area. To add a spacing, I have selected the grid. I would like to add space at the top and at the bottom area. Now when I select here, you can see at the top it shows 70 pixel, and at the bottom it shows 70 pixel. But when I go to our editor, as you can see, there is already some padding here. So if we add 70 at the top and 70 at the bottom, it will not gonna display pixel perfect design. So in order to display the pixel perfect design, we have to add some padding less than 70. Based on our experience, I'd like to add around the X large. It looks much better. Okay, I'm sorry. So I think I should have mentioned it. Okay, so I just undo the changes. I made a little mistake here. So let me do it again. 120. And here, take a look at grid. We have already padding here, and using the padding, we have added this border here at the top and at the bottom area. So if we add padding again, it will change the border positions. I do not want to change the border positions. I'd like to add margin here. So I have selected the spacing, and instead padding, I'd like to add margin. I just added by clicking over here, I just add, let's say there was 70, let's say add 40 pixel, or I think 60 or 50. So 50 looks perfect, I think. No, I think I need more space. Let's make it. So I'm adding margin here. Please note that it's very important, because when I add padding, it will also increase the spacing between this border, and I do not want to add any distraction between this border item. Save. So you can also use the shortcut like Command Ace for save. And if I reload this page now, it looks like this. Somehow our custom thumbnail is not displaying here. Okay, now it's displaying perfectly. So it looks much better now. And there is another sections, which is a testimonial sections. So let's create the testimonials in our next part. Let's create our testimonial sections. So inside the testimonial section, you can see there is a background image, and by default Gutenberg had some limitation regarding the background color. When it's time to add any specific small amount of background, you have to add custom code. But instead using custom code, let's see how much we can apply this in our website. So first of all, you have to make it group. It's already grouped, and click export. I have to select the SVG format, and I can rename this one as well, BG image BG. Now if I click on export, you can see it's displaying export BG image BG, and make sure you have selected the SVG format for better quality. Click on export now, and it's exported. It's very small sizes of image. Go to our design, take a cover block here, add media library, drag and drop it here, add a name here, BG image, upload, and at the same time I'd like to change the overlay background color to our burn color here. Now let's make it full width, and you can see there is no background image. So basically the image is here, but it's not appearing correctly. All we have to increase the height, go to our settings tab, and you can see it's visible here perfectly, but we have to choose left or right. But when it's time for bigger screen, it will display perfectly. Let's save them and reload here so that I can show you. If I zoom out, you can see it's displaying here. And using custom code, we can resolve this one for a smaller screen as well. But as of now, we are not going to use any custom code here. So what we can do, instead of using custom code, we can simply use this one. So there is something that you have to learn it, you have to understand. It's very important. Let me show you. First of all, you can see here the color is different. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna reduce the margin. You can see there is a gap between them. Let's reduce the margin to none, and there is no margin here, but it's still displaying some space inside the editor. That's a little bugs from WordPress core itself. Now let's talk about the color. There is opacity. Okay, let's fix this so that you can understand. So there is opacity here. When I select this style step, you can see the opacity. We can increase the opacity, but when we increase the opacity, it displays the correct color, but at the same time it will hide our icons here. In order to fix that, we can simply duplicate this cover and drag this and drop it inside this cover. Remove this paragraph, and now the bottom cover, I would like to remove this background image. So we can simply select replace and click reset. So I removed this first or the parent cover background image from here. You can see there is no background image, just overlay, and it's 100%. Now select this cover area and go to the styles tab and remove the opacity to 0. So that's the trick here. It's very essential and important as well. Now there is a padding here as well. Let's remove this padding from this parent cover. Due to the padding, it creates some space at the left and at the bottom area. So I'd like to remove this padding all over the sides here. Now it looks perfect. Click save. Reload this page. So the background color blends perfectly with two sections. And now it's time to add the heading and the testimonials. Go to our styles editor area, and first of all you can see all the text and everything is displaying white color, but if you compare with our design, it's not white, it's a black color. Go to our editor again, select the cover, go to styles and change all the text to black, and follow the same for the second cover or the child one. Make the text black. So no matter how many text you have, it will display always black. Now go to the editor again and copy the text. Change it to heading 2. The heading 2 is displaying size L, so I have to reset this one. Go to editor, copy the text, paste here. Again go to editor, copy this text, and the font size is 24 pixel. Hit enter and make it 24 pixel, and have a look whether it's center or not. It's center. Let's make it center. Go to design again, and here you can see we have a user image. Export this image from here, and you can rename this image, let's say clients or client. Hit enter, and you can see the image name is now client. It's a good practice to use proper name for images, and it will help you to differentiate when you're working on SEO. Let's copy the name, and the font size is 30 pixel here. So I would like to make this one as a group or stack and make it center. Also I would like to add a group here, another, but let's make a row first for a user image or client image. Add alternative text, select, and now add the text here, which is something like a heading. Let's make it heading 3. I think it's heading 3. Yes. And copy the bottom designation. So it's row, and under the row I think we should make it group, and then make it row. And then you can use shortcut key Command Alt and T to add at the top, but we do not want to add anything at the top. And for the bottom, Command Alt Y, paste the text that I have copied. So here is the group, and let's make it inside this group. And you can see there is a row and there is a paragraph. And let's take a look at the size, which is 16 pixel, and all of them are displaying at the center. Let's select the group again and make them center. So due to the row, I have to make it also center, and this one I have to make it also center. And when I select group, I can adjust the spacing between this item. Go to Styles tab, change the block spacing. Let's make it 10 pixel. We can differentiate or adjust based on our design. It's 3 pixel, but if you take a look carefully, there is some gap between this text and the selector here. So that's why if I compare, it will be around 15 or 10 pixel, which is perfect. Now let's select paragraph and group and make them all together as a group. Go to our design again, add some spacing between them, 60 pixel. So add padding top 60 pixel to this group. Let's make it 60. And you can see the above and the bottom, it looks perfect, I would say. If I save, view our design and compare, so the only thing I can see, color here, and other than that it looks perfect. So we can change the font color globally here. If you compare the font color, this is not a pure black color, it's something like 51586. Let's change the font color, page template from here, and it will take you to the editor area. From editor area, let's navigate to the Styles tab and color, change the text color to our selected color, which is, I think, not this one. Let's add another custom color. This is our text color. Let's make it text color. Hit enter or press done here. Now go back and go to the text and change the text color to this custom color here. Now it will look much better. Reload. So as you can see, it changes the text color all over the places. But for the heading color, we do not want to use this text color. We want to use a heading color here. So for heading, we would like to use our black color. And now let's navigate to home page, and you can see this is our home page. So due to the changes of the color, let's change the heading color. Let's make it white, and also let's make this, we change the color globally here. The text color should be this custom color, and the heading should be our deep heading color. So it might be a little bit overwhelming for you if you are using, or if you are completely new, but I'd like to request you try slow down the video if I am showing very fast, and try to understand what I am saying here. Hopefully it will be really helpful for all of you. So you can see when I select this group, there is a space between this text and group also. It's around 20 pixel. So I would like to use 40 pixel here, so that 20 and 40, which is 60. Perfect. So we have completed our testimonial sections. Now it's time to create our frequently asked questions section here. So first of all, let's copy the title from here. Go to our editor. So right now I'm inside the editor panel, but I can close this one, reload this page, and again open a new tab and just take a look at our design. It looks really nice. Let's start working here again. Now let's add a group. Hit enter, click over here and click heading, paste the title that I have copied. So if you select the group from here and change, you have to change the wide width. Now let's say instead clicking on this document view, you can always, when you have selected the heading, you can always click on this group icon, which is, if I hover over, it shows the parent block group. That means you can always navigate from parent to child without opening the list view. Like when I select heading, I can select group, I can change the group width from here. So I'll be using this feature a lot in our future part. So that's why you have to understand how it works here. Now again, if you take a look at here, right now you're learning, and that's why I'd like to keep open this part so that you can understand where I'm navigating and what I'm doing here. And type here Command Alt Y, add a new line at the bottom area. So as you can see, when I select the group again, there is something that you have to learn or you have to understand. It shows inner block use content width, but I do not want the inner block to use content width. I want the inner block to use the full width here. Let's disable this one. I hope you got my point here, because I have seen a lot of you are very confusing about this width and wide things. So now let's copy the first toggle here. Go to editor and slash type here toggle. So when you type here toggle, it will display the details. Hit enter, paste, copy the lorem ipsum text, and then paste here for the details. Now take a look at here carefully. It's not a full width, it's limited width here. But if you want, you can use full width. You can also make them at the center. So I think it will look much better if we display them at the center. Like I just wanted to mention it like these positions. So let's make it perfect in our editor. Now let's select our lorem ipsum text here, and inside the width I'm gonna select none, and it will be displaying this small part here like this way. Let's select our font size, which is the display heading size here. Let's make it 2, or I think let's make it 2, and the text color should be black. And for the heading, for the paragraph, we can make it 18 pixel. So what is your hourly rate? When someone click over here, it will display the hourly rate information. You can always make it open by default. Now let's add here HR, which is horizontal line, and we can make it also group. Sorry, not this one. So this is a group, and make sure you have added here. Select and create as a group this one. Duplicate. In the second one, I want to make sure the details should be closed by default. And you can see this is toggle 1, toggle 2, and I'd like to duplicate the toggle 2. You can use the shortcut key by duplicating. So the shortcut is Command Shift D. So let's select Command Shift D, Command Shift D. So you can see I have duplicated a couple of times. And now let's copy other questions here. The font size is 32 pixel. I have added here the random heading font size, but I think it looks identical to the 32 pixel, and I'm okay with that. But if it's a client project, definitely I should follow the Figma design exactly 100% similar. Let's remove this below part and add some padding at the top and bottom. The standard padding that we are using right now for this project based on the design, which is top 140 and bottom 140, but by default there is some padding, and that's why I'd like to add 130 and 130. Click Save Changes, go to our design, go to our page and reload. So here we can see we have testimonials, and below the testimonials we have frequently asked questions, or a few questions client normally asks me. Here is the toggle, and you can add some spacing below this heading area. Add little bit professionalism here. Let's select group, or you can add a spacing here by adding a spacer. Add a spacer here, let's make it 30, and click Save Changes. Reload this page. If we want, we can make it a little bit wider. Let's say on the above sections, let's say if we want to keep this wide on the above, like the above one, it will look much better and standard. So first of all, let's take a look at the above sections width here. This one, 946 pixel. So take a group here, make it wide width. So select the group here again and select it over here. So as you can see, it's selected as a wide width. And when I select inner content, I can change the width of this group. Let's say 900. It was 946. So I have selected 946, and for other group I have to disable this part just to make it full width based on our selected width here. We can really we can create a more faster than any other page builder here, but I'm using my mouse here mostly so that you can understand. But I always try to use shortcut key from my keyboard, which speed up the process and make things more easy for me. We have completed our frequent last sections here. If I now reload this page, you can see here it looks better than the previous part. So now let's create our recent blog post section. So this is one of the most important part of this series, where you will be able to understand how the loop builder works and create any kind of layouts. So this is just an example layout that I'm gonna create here, but in the future you can create any kind of layout after completing this part. So let's take a look at our websites first, and I have to add some dummy post. If I go to all post, there is no dummy post here. Let's delete the default post, which is hello world. Delete this one, and I would like to add a plugin for adding dummy post. Okay, so instead of adding plugin, okay, let's use plugin so that it saves our time. WP dummy content generator, this one. Click activate. So we just install and activate the WP dummy content generator plugin here. Now we are going to navigate to the dummy content generator, and here you can see generate post. So right now I'm going to add the dummy post here, and I'd like to add 10 post. So if I want to add a thumbnail as well, just check this so that it will add thumbnail. Create generate post, and go to all post. So as you can see, we have added 10 dummy post here. If we click view, you'll be able to see the dummy post with a thumbnail, and it looks like this. We're gonna customize our single post page later, but let's continue with the home page. So after installing any plugin or adding any new post or pages, if you want to display it on your existing editor, then make sure you have reload. So I'm going to reload this page here, and now it's displaying the page. Now I'm going to add a group. Take a look at our design. So there is a title and descriptions. So I think we have the same layouts here. We can copy this part. and paste here. First of all, make it wide width and disable the inner content, and now copy the same items from here and paste it here, and also change the text. Instead of why people, let's change it to my recent blog post, and there is some dummy content. So inside this group I have added these title, and now below this stack I would like to add loop builder, query loop. Choose start blank and choose this one, image, date and title, because initially we want these features. And this is very important to understand the query loop. We have already created these sections using query loop builder. I hope you have some idea. And now let's apply the same idea here when creating or displaying the post, but in a different layouts. So you can see here, this is our recent blog post, and if you just analyze the layout here, if you just understand what we have, you can easily create this part. So first of all, it's an image where it's displaying as a background image, and there is a gradient, and over the gradient there is a title of the post, and there is a post date. So for background image, initially there is no options adding background image as a featured image. We can use background image inside cover in a different way. So let's click on query loop builder here and go to post template and change it first to the grid view. Change it from here to post per page 3, and now it looks like this. So we are gonna change the featured image. I'm going to remove this one, and from date I'd like to add before and add a cover, and select here use featured image. So as you can see, it's displaying featured image but as a background image, and it's displaying from the cover area. And inside the cover I'd like to change the height and take this title area here, remove paragraph and take the dates to the top, and also change the title from H2 to H4. And when I select cover, you can see there is an options to change the content positions. I would like to make it bottom left, and for this title or date I would like to add some spacing inside the cover. So what I wanted to apply here, if you just take a look at the design, I want to display this date at the top right corner. So display the top right corner in a perfect and best way would be take another cover here, or you can take like stack and add the date inside the stack and the title, and then select the stack and change the items stretch between or space between. But I do not see, okay, this one is here, so I don't think it will gonna work here as expected. Let's make it white color so that you can see. So I just wanted to place it at the top right corner, and initially you cannot do it whether you are using cover or stack. If I try another way here, it will not gonna work as well. The remaining way would be use another cover that I already said before taking stack. So just use color, and I would like to keep the color for a while so that you can understand what's going on here, and add the date here, remove paragraph, and you can see I would like to select this cover and place the date at the top right corner. And after that you can see there is this stack which is displaying here, and inside the title, if you want, you can add content, or you can add excerpt, basically, not content, excerpt. And besides excerpt, if you want, you can also add read more button here. So you can add read more custom button, or you can just add read more link here, like the default read more link. But I want to use a read more button so that I can make it more customization here. And let's add a background color. You can add a background color white, or let's change the text color to black. So this is the button. And now change the background color of this cover area. I would like to change the height of this cover, because this height is not necessary. Honestly, it's not necessary. So let's change the background color and change or add something for this date as a date background. Let's add over here, and you can take it group, because I want to add some background color like our design. Let's add background, add some padding here, and remove the padding from this cover area. Go to style step, remove the padding, and also you can add some padding on the parent cover. Let's say 3, and here is 3. And now if I compare with our design, this background color should be white color and the text should be black, and it should be only date and month. Let's make it similar now. Select our date, and we can select a custom format here, only date and month here. So right now by default there is no options for date and month, but we can make it, let's say the if means you can see the guide here for custom date. If I go to or open format string here, our format is date and then month, so you can learn from here. If you scroll down, you can see here, you can see the L capital, I think it's I, which is Friday, and then F September, which is month, and J, which is date. So let's say if I put small j and f, then it will cover our date and month. And there is some other formatting that you can learn from here as well. So let's put is j first and then f. Just put j and then f. So you can see it looks perfect now. And select the group again, change the background color to white color, and then the text color, which is the date text color, to black color, and make it little bit border, or apply, I think there's a little bit border radius, yes. And also there is a little bit a border color here, which is a branding color. Let's add some border color, and the border radius, let's say 5 pixel, and reduce the top and bottom padding 6 or 7 pixel would be perfect. And follow the same for the button. But now just click save changes and have a look how it looks like. Reload this page, scroll down, and you can see right now it looks like this. So we can now apply some gradient color here to make it exactly similar like this one, and change the font size as well. So right now the font size is 32 pixel, and we are using here 32 pixel, which is perfect. And change the height of this template as well. So let's select the cover first, and at the same time I would like to make this parent cover to the left. I think it would look perfect if I make it to the center or to the right, and zoom out a little bit here. Now when I'm using, or when I've selected the parent cover, there is an options for overlay color. Let's select the overlay and select the gradient color from here, and add our burn color, which I already have copied from here. Paste the burn color, and at the top let's make it none, and increase the opacity from here, and also change the color and make it from bottom area. Now click Save Changes and reload this page. So now it looks like this, and due to the 2 lines of title, it looks like this. But we can spend some more time and add some adjustment here, which will make it more perfect. But as of now, I do not want to spend much time on this. But if you want, you can play around with the cover, play around with the stack cover, and you can make some little bit of adjustment to make it more perfect here. So I think that's it. And you can see here there is a pagination, there is next and previous pagination here. Okay, so before the pagination, you can also apply the text button color here. As of now, it's a deep blue or white, so I think it's white we have, and we can keep this one like this way. It will change the post automatically based on our recent post and recent content. So if you want, you can add when there is no result, no blog post, it will display something like there is no blog post found. It will display this text when there is no blog post. At the same time, when I selected the pagination, I can easily add a space between the pagination and go to the styles tab. I can change the color, I can change the link color, and I can change the text here, preview or previous page. So let's make it previous page or post, and I can make it here next page, or sorry, post. Add some spacing at the top by adding spacer. It's really not necessary for this design. We do not have these features inside our design, but if you want, you can add it. There is also options for arrow, and there's also for a chevron, so you can add that as well. Let's reload this page. So now you can see it looks perfect. Now if I just take a look at the responsive view for a moment, you can see it will change the layout, and it's working perfectly on small devices. So now we have completed our recent blog post area, and if I take a look at our design, there is a final layouts, which is call to action, that we're gonna create in our next part. Let's create our call to action sections at the bottom area. So first of all, before creating, I would like to export this background image from here. There is a background image here, you can see. So I have to select one by one so that I can make them as a group. So I have selected 3 of them and press Command Z from the keyboard. So this is a group now, and you can see here I can drag this from here and there. Now let's select and click export. You can see there is a 3 different format. I would like to use SVG format and change the group name to BG image. Export, copy the text from here. So due to the image and rectangle, I cannot select this text, so I have to hide them here and then select here, and then I can select the text from here. Now navigate to the editor. Here is the last part where we left, and also increase at 15 pixel. Now add another group here and make it full width or wide width, sorry. Disable the inner block, use content width from here. So we can copy this part, my recent blog post, and use for these sections. Let's add some padding here below this part. I forgot to add that padding in my previous part, so let's add 4. It looks better. Now copy these items and paste here. Add some padding top and bottom inside this group area. Let's add 120 pixel. And below the stack, I think here, not there, button. And first of all, I have copied the text and I just wanted to paste the text here, which is got a project. Let's talk. And then this content. So you can see from none, hit press shift and hit enter so that it creates a new line here, and add some text inside the button. It's called book a call. Book a call. And inside the group, there is unwanted paragraph. Let's remove it. Select the group again. Inside the group, we can select our styles tab and add a background image from here. BG image. So we have added a background image. It looks perfect. And add a background color here. And just take a look at here if is there anything we missed. If I activate the background icon, so this is the footer and there is some space at the top. Let's add some space here. From group, add some margin top, unlink, and let's say large would be perfect. Reload this page now, make it full width, and now let's scroll down. It looks perfect now and all good now. So we have successfully completed our home page, and in our next part we'll be creating other inner pages. So the inner pages, mostly the most important page like archive, single, and understand the page template, and there are lots of things that is appearing inside the site editor. So we're gonna explore each and every single template from this editor panel. If I go to the editor, all the templates that is displaying here, and also we are gonna create some custom templates so that you can understand how to add a custom template in the future. So keep watching and stay with this series tutorial. There is a lot of things to learn, and thank you so much for your support. Welcome back to another part. So in our previous part, or in our previous tutorials, where we have completed this home page, and we have only designed the home page inside Figma. But right now for this part, we're gonna explore inside the editor area. So there is no design here right now because there is a lot of things that I would like to share so that you can understand in more depth. Like in the future, it will help you to navigate and create any kind of WordPress websites if you're using a block editor. Now, before going to start creating our next sections or next template, I'd like to share with you something. Here you can see there is some updates. When you are working on any client projects, make sure you have update the theme and the plugins on a regular basis, because it will help you to update your workflow and keep the latest version at the same time. Now, as you can see, there is a new version is displaying 1.1 2025 WordPress theme. I'm going to update this one. So we just updated to 1.1, and now go to plugins and see which plugin we should update. So the SVG support requires update. It's a good practice to keep all the plugins update here. Now we have updated the plugins, and now in this part we're gonna explore the templates. So inside the templates, if I click over here, you can navigate the templates from the appearance and editor, and then here you can see this editor area. Now when I click on templates, there is a lot of templates. like those are default templates that is displaying from the default WordPress theme, default 2025 WordPress theme. And in this series tutorial, we are going to create some additional templates based on our structure or the current websites. And also my goal is to share with you how the template works. Now we're gonna explore one by one from all archive to single post, and I will explain each and every single template here. So now in this part, I'm gonna explore all archive template. So before showing all archive template here, let me show you what is all archive and how does it work. If I go to the dashboard and go to post, all post, so you can see there is tags, there is a categories, and there is author. You have to understand this part very carefully. If you do not understand, you'll not gonna understand the next part of this series tutorial. It's very important. So for each tags, each categories, and each author, we can create individual template. Now for an example, if I go to categories, in this category has 3 posts. It's displaying as 3 posts. And this is a random category that we have created using the dummy content generator. And let's view this category by clicking over here and open a new tab. So this is how it looks like. Now, as of now, inside the editor, you can see there is all archives. And this all archives style is displaying here inside the category archive page. So this is the category archive page, and this page style is displaying from all archive. Now if I click add new template, here you can see there is an options to add a category archive. So if I create a category archive, which is a custom category archive, then it will only display when you visit any category, like this one, QE. So as always, by default, it will always display all archive template for categories and tags. Even if you haven't created any search templates, it will be displaying from all archive. So let me go to the add new template again. So you can see here, there is author archive, category archive, date archive, tag archives. So if you haven't created all these 4 archive page individually, if you haven't created any of them, then for all those 4 archive page, it will display all the styles from this all archive template. Now if we create an individual author archive page, it will not gonna display from all archive. If I create a date archive page, it will not gonna display from all archive. It will display from the date archive if we create any archive page. So I hope now you have some clear understand or clear information how it works. Now this is the most important part. You can see WordPress hierarchy. So basically this is when you are working as a theme developer, or if you want to understand how the templating works, then you will be able to understand this part. But as of now, I just wanted to share with you a basic things here. If you take a look at the archive page here, the archive page goes to author archive, category archive, custom post type archive, custom taxonomy archive, date archive, and tag archive. So if you create all archive page, and if you haven't created any of them from here, then it's displaying by default all archive page. When you navigate to category archive, author archive, post archive. The same goes here for single page. If you haven't created any single page template for a static page, single post page, or custom post type, it will be displaying from here, the parent one, if you haven't created any of them. And there is a lot of other template parts and template things that if you want to know more, I would like to request you spend some time here to understand how the archive, singular, and front page blog post works. So you can understand here, like the blog post or index page is basically referring to home page until you have selected the home page from your settings area. So what I mean, if you haven't selected the home page from settings and readings, if you haven't selected any of them, then it will be displaying the index page. That means here you can see this index page. Well, I will go through step by step, but I hope you have some clear idea how all archive page works and how it looks like when we create or change any archive page. Let's say, for an example, change the archive page layout quickly. So click over here, go to the query templates and select post and change it to the grid layout and save changes. So I have changed the grid layout from all archive page, and now if I go to category archive and reload, it will display as a grid layout. But we haven't created anything or changed anything inside the category archive because of there is no category archive created from the editor, and that's why it's taking the default all archive template when we visit a category archive. The same goes if we visit date archive, it will be displaying the all archive templates because we haven't created the date archives yet. So it's a little bit confusing things, but I hope you have some clear idea now. But after watching this video, just pause the video and try to understand and play around with the archive template and other templates here. But in the series tutorial, I will explain each of every single template from here and show you the output and results. So that's all for the discussion for archive template, and in our next part I will start creating or designing the archive page one by one. Now here you can see, if I go to any template or loop builder, you can see it's displaying the text in a broken layout. So it's actually not a broken layout, it's displaying like a classic text format because we have imported those posts using a plugin, and that plugin called dummy content generator imported all the posts using the classic editor. So when I go to edit post by clicking over here, you can see it's from a classic format. So I have to convert this to block and then save, and I have to follow the same for all the posts here. If you have created using the dummy content generator, you have to follow the same, and I'm going to speed up this part here. So I have completed all the 10 posts here, and now if I reload this archive template, it will be displaying the normal text here. Let's reload. So as you can see, it's displaying as a normal text here. Now the all archive template is not looking good here, and I'm gonna work on that and fix this. First of all, if you take a look at our website, so right now there is no need any Figma design. We will follow our standard design from home page and create the archive page and all other templates and inner pages here. So this is our home page, and let's complete our all archive page from here. So here you can see right now I'm inside this all templates and all archive template. Now you can click on this document view icon or list icon, so whatever you called, you can completely remove this part and start from scratch. So this is the header, and I'm going to add something below the header, and I'm using shortcut key Command Alt Y from the keyboard. Let's add group. So I'd like to add a page header here. So I've added a group here, and now add another group, and as you can see, the first group has white background, like a complete edge to edge area. Now if I add a background color here, it looks like this. Let's close. And the second group is displaying as an inner group, and what I did here, I just select the inner group and disable this inner block use content width from here. When I enable this one, you can see the area is shrinking to this layouts, which is content width layouts. And this is the content width layouts start from here and ended up here. I do not want to display content width layout here, and that's why let's click on this settings icon and disable this inner block use content width. So it will display full width now, and add here archive title. So this archive title will update automatically. We do not have to change it manually from here based on archive page, like search archive. If you're using author archive, it will be displaying from here. Tags archive, category archive, all of them will be updated automatically. Now let's select the parent group here, add some padding, and remove the margin. Close this part. Now this is our page header. Basically, I just wanted to make it as a page header. I just click in 3 dots and let's rename it page header. Save. So you can create this page header as a template part or pattern. So I'll explain this one later, but I'm not going to use that part because this is, if I add too much information in one video, you might get confused here. Now let's change the color a little bit. Let's make it a deep blue and change the archive template color, archive title color to the white color. And the page header, make it a little bit bigger here. So this is the archive page, and now under the page header I would like to add another sections here. Add after, add another group, and inside this group I would like to add, if you want to display sidebar, you can add here and it will display sidebar on all the archive pages. Let's add a sidebar here. So I'm going to use column, and you can see I haven't used or disabled the inner block content width here, and that's why it's displaying the content width. If I select the column, let me add background color so that you can understand. So as you can see, let's make a little bit darker color. So as you can see, the column, the first one and second one, it has background color, but it's not displaying as a full width. We can select and we can make it wide width from here, and we can also use the none, and also we can select the group and disable this part from here. But it will display from edge to edge or from start to finish to the browser. But this is not a good idea. If you want to use like that, we have to use another group inside this group. Now let's disable this part. And if you do not want to add a group, you can use wide width here. That will resolve the issue. Let's remove this background color, and we can add a loop builder here. Start blank. So this is our query loop, and it's a good practice to keep the query loop default when you're using all archive template. So I will explain the custom one later when we are displaying the custom post type data inside our website. But right now, let's keep it default from the query loop settings. And click over here, select post templates, and let's make it grid from clicking over here. So now it's displaying as a grid, and let's make it 2 column. It's displaying 2 columns, and we can make these layouts more professional, stylish. Now let's create or make this design more beautiful here. So first of all, I'd like to change this heading size here. So if you want to keep the H2, that's fine, but let's make it H4 here. And from date, you can keep the H2 also, because in a future, if you are more concerned about the accessibility and you're more concerned about the on-page SEO, then it's a good practice to keep H2 based on your other heading types on this page, and change the font size from by clicking on this styles, and from typography click on this settings icons or custom size icon, and then add 23 pixel. And here you can see this is a date, and we can link to the post, or we can just keep this date default format. Or if you want, we can display the last modified date. And if you want, you can also change the date format by disabling this one. There is a couple of different formats, including the custom format. Let's keep it simple. And here is H2. Let's make this H2 as a link here. Activate. And after, display excerpt. And inside the excerpt, I would like to display 25 words. So it looks like this. Let's make it 20 word. Well, and now select all the item. Let's select featured image and press shift from your keyboard, then dates, title, excerpt. I have selected all the 4 items, pressing shift from my keyboard and clicking on this specific block item, and then select the group. So as you can see, I just converted all of them into one group because I'd like to add some padding here. By selecting on this styles tab from here, let's add padding top and left right. At the same time, let's add border 1 pixel, and the color should be this one, and add border radius. So before adding border radius, let's have a look if we have used border radius anywhere inside our website. So we are not using border radius. In most of the area, we are using sharp edge corner, not border radius. So let's keep it sharp because we are following our home page styles and formatting here. Now let's select the template, go to styles. So I have selected the template and go to styles, right? Please take a look at here carefully. I'd like to add some spacing between these posts on each and every single post here. Let's add a spacing bigger so you can see here how it looks like. So to add a spacing, make sure you have selected the post template, or for group, you have selected the group, and make sure you have follow all the steps from here that I am sharing. Read more. And click save. So now if I go to blog, the blog page looks like this. Why? So let's verify whether we have selected the blog page from the settings and reading. Now as you can see, we have selected the blog page from settings and reading, but still it's displaying different styles because we haven't created or customized the blog page, and that's why it looks different. But if we go to any other single blog and then click on any category, let's say Q, so the name is different here. Let's call it QE, and it will display the category QE, and the styles that I'm working right now, which is all archive template, is displaying here. So these styles is coming from all archive template. I hope you understand how it works and how it reflects on inner pages. So that's the power of templating. Now let's go back and go to the home page. I would like to keep call to action at the bottom of this archive page. So I'm navigating to the home page from here and copy this call to actions. So I can simply make it as pattern, and I would like to make it synchronized pattern so that it will work globally. And let's name it CTA add. So I have added this pattern as a CTA pattern, and it's globally, it will be working globally. Click save. So that means if I change anything inside this pattern, any text or anything, it will work, or it will be updated all over the places where I have used this template. Now let's navigate to all archive template now. And now inside the group, when I select the group, let's select the group here. After this group, you can go to after by clicking here or using the shortcut key from here. From here. Let's use the shortcut key, Command Shift Y. So this is the shortcut key, and type here CTA. So the call to action is here, and select. So we have added a call to actions here so that it will display under the all archive template. Let's click save, go to our category page and reload. So as you can see, it's displaying the templates here perfectly. Well, so we have completed our all archive template, and now we can verify from where and where it's reflected. It will reflect on those archive template which we haven't created any individual template for them. Let me show you. If I click add new, this new archive template will display inside author archives, category archives, date archives, and tags archive. Let me show you. If I go to Riyadh M, this is author, you can see it's displaying here all archive template. Now if I go back again and go to any tags, this one is working as a tags, click over here, it's working inside tags. So if you want, you can create a different page for tags, different archive page for author, a different archive page for categories also. So that's how it works and how it looks like. Now let's add sidebar here and add some spacing and other information. Let's add some spacing at the top and bottom, and also select the column here, make it 70%, and this column should be 30%. Add a sidebar. So there is a sidebar that is created by this theme. It was created already previously, and I'm gonna use this same sidebar. There is nothing inside the sidebar, there is only other post and nothing here. So let's style this one. They're using H2, and I'm gonna reset the style for H2. Let's reset all, and I'm going to style this myself. Remove the spacing, and if we want, we can add a border. Let's add HR. So we can add also a search bar here. Let's skip update, reload. So as you can see, there is a other post is displaying here. If we want, we can add featured image, we can add excerpt and other information here. And if I click on date, let's click, it will take me to the post area based on the date. Now if I click here again, it's selected to post. That's why it's taking us to the post page. And go back to the blog. Okay, it will not going to display the blog page because we haven't created. And let's click on QE. This is our category page, and it looks like this. So you can style this more in a different way. If you want, you can display the home page styles here, because we do have, if I go to the home page, you can see here. So this is our recent blog post. If we want to display these styles, we can simply copy and paste inside the archive page. But we're gonna use this one for blog as of now. So that's it for the all archive template. I do not want to make this video so long, but if you have any other questions or anything that you would like to learn or any suggestions, feel free to share in the comment sections. Thank you so much. Now let's create another archive template. So we have all archive template, and if we click add new template, you can see there are several templates here. So the author archive, category archive, date archive, and tags archive. If we create author archive, it will be removed from this list, and if we create a category archive, it will be removed from this list as well. Now let's create an author archive. So before creating author archive, I would like to navigate to user and profile, because I'm the author here, and let's have a look if I have any information in my author area here. So I have to navigate to my profile, and here you can see there is no information inside biographical info. Let's add some information here. So I'm going to use a lorem ipsum dummy content, generate and copy, paste here, scroll down and save. So now let's navigate to author page, author archive. So basically I'm inside the editor and I have to reload this editor area because we have update our author information inside our dashboard. Now let's click add new template and select author archives, and you can see there are two options. The first one is all authors and the second one is for a specific item. So you can create a specific layouts or design for a specific author, but I would like to use for all authors. Let's select, and as you can see it's displaying here the all archive templates. As you can choose, or you can choose a pattern. It's displaying as a pattern from all archive. You can skip or you can choose this one. Let's skip and start from scratch, and our author archive page is completely blank here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to add header first. So I just add slash and then type header. You can see the header has been added, and now we have a page header. So before adding page header, let's select header and we can click on these three icons and add after, or we can select the header and press Command Alt Y, or if you are using Windows you can press Ctrl Alt and Y. So let's add here, type footer. I have added footer also. Let's add page header. So we haven't created any templates for page header, and that's why it's not displaying. Let's go back to our all archives. This is all archives, and save this part as a page header, because we have created this page header but we haven't saved this as template or as a pattern. So make sure you have disabled this part sync, because we are going to change the page header on different pages. Right now inside the title area, if you take a look at here, it's displaying archive title, but we're gonna use a different one in the future. So let's say there will be search title or search results or different kind of archive title or dynamic title there. So that's why instead, using the sync pattern, I'd like to disable this one and use only page header. So you can click over here each and every single time or press Command K from the keyboard and type here author archives. And now I have landed into the author archives. Type here page header now. So here you can see the page header, hit enter. It's displaying author name. I just click disable. It will display only the author name. And below I'd like to add author biography. And make sure the text is white. Save changes, and if you go back to any post, let's open any post here and click author. You can see it's displaying all the author bio or information that we have added inside our author info. It's displaying here. So that's the beauty here, and this is how it works. Now let's create a different layouts here for author information. Let's add group, and I would like to add just loop here and only want to display, so I can also browse. Let's make it quick. I could simply drag this one and drop it here. So how it works, let's make it a none here. It will just display the content and the information based on author name. So let's say if the author is Riyadh, and if Riyadh created 10 posts, it will display 10 posts here based on Riyadh. I think I should make it a more perfect look, but let's save. And to display automatically, make sure you have select the loop and also use the default one, not the custom. It's very important. And now if you reload the Riyadh author page, it will display the post that has been added using Riyadh. But if I change the author, or if I change there is a multiple authors, it will be displaying specific post for specific authors dynamically. Let's say for an example, if I add another user, test, and contact@riyadmahmood.com, add my test name and add editor or author, whatever you want you can add here. So you can see I have added another author called test, and if I go to post, you can see let's make it, or let's change the author from Riyad M to Riyad test name and click update and visit this page. Click on Riyad test name, and as you can see the Riyad test name has only one post, and that is displaying here, and there is no content here or the author descriptions, and that's why it's not displaying. So I hope you understand how it works, and if you have any other questions, please feel free to share with me. So this is our archive or author archive template we have created. Now let's move into our editor. So first of all, go to our dashboard and open the editor again and close all other unnecessary tabs from here. From editor, navigate to the templates. As you can see, this is all archive, author archive, and if I click add new template, the author archives is visible here. So technically it should be hidden, but it's still visible because there's another options like to add author for individual authors. So like you can create another template for individual author, and that's why still this part is visible. Now go to the category archives. If you want, you can create the same category archives. Let's click all categories, and I'd like to choose this template instead of creating from scratch, and this is the category name. And let's say I do not want to use any column inside the category archives, and just take this query loop inside the group and remove the column from here. And this is how the category archive look like. But if you take a look at here inside our theme, let me show you another part, interesting things. Click over here, go to patterns, and as you can see there is a lot of patterns that is displaying from the theme itself. You can create your own patterns that will be displaying inside my pattern. So we have created two patterns, the page header and CTA, but all other part that is displaying here is coming from the theme itself. Now click on post. As you can see, it is displaying all the posts with different layouts. So you can create your own post and add them inside your my patterns, or you can use any existing one from here. Let's use this one and close. So as you can see, this is added over the header. Let's drag it and place it below the page header area, and this is our template area. Like this is our category archive. So when any user visit category archive, they will see this style. But instead of doing that, let's change the layout and let's make it professional. That was just an overview, don't get me wrong here. Click and you can see it's query loop. Let's make it full width. So instead using full width, you can also disable this part and add another group. You can play around with these settings, and there is a little bit confusion maybe you might facing, but hopefully when you spend some more time and doing some practice, it will help you to resolve this and master yourself. Now select the post templates, and I would like to display 4 columns here, and I do not want to display excerpt here and date. So the date should be here there, but do not want to display excerpt. And you can also change the next and previous pagination like we did on the front page, but as of now you do not have to change it. I do not want to spend time here. And the most important part is make sure you have selected the query loop as default. Save changes, because if you haven't selected the default, then it will not gonna update based on category. Now let's visit our site, go to blog and visit any single post and click QE. So QE is a category, and as you can see under QE there is only 3 posts here, and the 3 post is displaying perfectly under category QE. So I hope you understand how it works. Now if I go to the archive, it's a tags, so it should display only tags, but it's displaying all the post here. Why? Because there was an issue inside all archive page. We haven't selected the default. In our previous video we haven't selected the default one, so you have to select default for all archives templates. It's very important. Now reload. So as you can see, it's only displaying 2 tags from these tags. So now we have created our category archive page, and it looks like this. So if you have more categories, you can create different layouts for different categories, and I hope your client will provide you the design or layouts, or maybe you have designer who will design this layout inside Figma. But for this tutorial I'm just using my random guess design so that we can explore in more features here. And that's it for category archives. We're gonna create another archive in our next part. Now let's go back to the templates area, and here you can see the blog home. The blog home is the blog page. If I go to the blog, you can see it looks like this. So we are gonna create our blog home page. Go back to the templates and click on blog home. So we can create these layouts from scratch, or we can simply go to the all archive and copy all archive templates. Just copy and go to blog home, remove the group, and then not before, it should be after, and type here page header first, add page header, and then add our copy template. And instead archive type for blog home template, you have to add a static text here. It's very important to understand. So we are gonna use blog static text, not dynamic text, and change it to the H1. Remove this remaining text and change the color to the white color. Click save. And now if I reload our blog page, it will display our new layouts here. And click read more. It will take us to the blog single page. Now inside the blog archive or blog home, you can change the previous and next pagination. So currently if I navigate to the blog, you can see here there is no pagination, and it's displaying 9 pages or 9 posts here. So let's click on pagination. Let's make it a little bit nicer here. After clicking over here, it will create some space between these items. Add a spacer at the top and type here like when there is no blog post found, it will display this text, there is no posts found, and select previous post and add here next post, and also select the pagination from here and change it to the arrow. So it will add or display arrow before the previous post text and next post text after. And you can also change this number of links. Let's make it 2 or 3, whatever you want. You can change it from here. And now right now it's not displaying because we have a number of posts which is displaying here, all the posts together. So I'm going to navigate to the settings and reading and change the blog post show to 5. That means after displaying 5 blog posts, it will display the pagination here. So as you can see, the pagination is displaying. If I go to the next post, it will looks like this, and it will display the previous post as well. Now below this blog post area, let's add in other sections CTA. So we just added CTA here, and as you remember, we haven't added CTA for other templates. It's completely up to you how you want your websites looks like. You can change them as per your requirements. So I hope you understand how the blog archive and how the blog page designed, and if your client has different layout or different request, you can change them. You can create a beautiful blog page layouts like we did here on the home page. So you can literally change any kind of layouts. So there will be some other tutorials where I'll be displaying a series of these specific sections. Hopefully it will be really helpful for all of you. Now let's go back to our templates area, and here you can see category archive. We have added that, and the index archive. It's not an archive, it's an index page. So if you remember, I have shared with you the template hierarchy. Index page basically refers to a front page, but as of now it's really not necessary to redesign this index page. But in case if you want, you can do it, but it's not necessary as of now. It's a fallback template for all the pages when specific template is not defined. It's clearly mentioned here, and you can always read these descriptions to understand how it works and what is the reason behind these templates and where it will be displaying all the information. Now we have created page no title. So this is very important. We use this template on our home page, and the page no title is where you do not want to display the page title or page header inside your website. And at that moment we're gonna use this template. And before the bottom area, I would like to add CTA, so you can follow the same. It's completely depends on your client requirements basically. And if I go to other templates here, there is I haven't used CTA so much on other templates, but if you want, you can use that part. Now click on page no title again. So there is nothing to learn about page no title here, and let's move into our next part. Now let's move into the 404 page. That is very important here. Now when I click on 404 page, the 404 page basically, if I visit any website, let's say I have visited a wrong URL. Let's say if I take a look at riyadmohammed/ any random URLs, it will display the page doesn't seem to be exist. So that means this is a 404 page. So you cannot create this page inside the pages, and you have to create this page under templates. Now if I go to the templates area, you can see we have already selected the 404 page from here, and literally you can change any designs here. I'm going to remove this image, and I would like to add another image, 404 image from Google. Use this one. It's not transparent. I think make it quick and easy download. Now let's use this image here. And this is our 404 image. That's very simple and easy to do layouts, and change alignment center. And also if you want, you can add some padding at the top and bottom. Save change. And if you want to access the 404 page, you have to add wrong URLs after the domain name. And as you can see, the 404 page is appearing here. And there are several clients who wants their 404 page a different layouts, and previously it was really hard to make 404 page and customize that page as well. Now let's move into our another templates, which is our pages. So if I go to pages, you can see the pages is the default template. So inside the pages template, I would like to add before page header. And I think I have to take this and display before this group area. And instead archive, I would like to add here title, because I'm not going to display the archive title there. I'm going to display the page name and change the color to white color. That's it. And if you want, you can disable this title, and you do not have to follow the same for every single websites. I'm just following here only for creating this tutorial. I'm not going to follow the same for my other projects because it will not going to same layouts like I'm doing here. And select this group, add CTA, select content, and okay, select the image, and there is some margin bottom. Let's reduce to a small. So as you can see, this is our page area, our pages template, or single page template, whatever you called it. Now if I go back to the page and open our page, let's say sample page. And as you can see, the sample page has now page header and the content area and also the CTA that we have added here. And previously, before the template, it wasn't looks like this. And that's the beauty of the template. So I hope you have now clear idea about the templates. In our next part, we're going to discuss about the search results template. Now, this is very important part to understand the search results. So in our most websites, we use search icons or search options, and it's one of the essential part for any website. Now, if I go back to our editor area and click on search results from here, you can see the search results page looks like this. It's a generic pages, but there is no search bar or search icon on the header area. Let's add search icon here on the header area. So I'd like to add a search icon. Let's take a look at here, which is the perfect place for search icon. Okay, so we can add navigation. Inside the navigation, I'm going to add after search. Well, so it's only displaying a button here, but we can use icons or no button. Let's change it again. Just use icons here and use navigation and search together. I just select the navigation and search here and use row. So this is just for test purpose. It's not a good design or best design, but at least it will help us to work with the search results page. Click save changes. So first of all, let's take a look at our search result page. So this is the search button that I have added here, and add test. You can click over here or hit enter. There is no post here inside the search results page, and that's why it's displaying these results. Now let's click over here again and type here lorem and hit enter. So as you can see, search results for lorem, it will display some text based on lorem, and the search results is displaying based on this template. Now let's change the search results page. From here below the header, let's add page header, and instead archive, add search results title, and remove the archive title from here. Change the color to white color. So now this is the search results area. If you want, you can change the query loop styles from here. Let's change it to the grid layouts and make it 2 columns. At the same time, select the query loop again and change from full width to none, and remove other unnecessary parts from here. Let's say, as I can see, there is a post and content. Let's remove the content. I do not want to display the content here. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's remove it from here. And I think this is not the best layout. Let's delete this layout completely, and also the loop builder. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use this part from below, or they have already this part inside the pattern, but I'm going to use, for search results, I'm going to use this area. Let's take this query loop and drag inside this group. And now remove this more post. From here, let's select the query, and from custom, change it to the default, which will display only the search item. And select the group again and change padding top to 0. And that's it. If you want, you can add a little bit an image, featured image. Select title and change it to the group or row, and change the featured image size. Okay, the width should be 120, 60. And for this title, make sure it's linked. And if you want, you can make this template none, so that it display inside this 645 pixel wide area, and click Save Changes. Go to the search result page and reload. So as you can see, the search results for lorem is displaying 5 posts, which has lorem, and this is exactly how it looks like. Let's add another thing here. Below I have to add CTA. Save. Go to the search result page and type again QUI, hit enter, and search results for QUI is displaying 5 posts, and here is the CTA. And you can remove this title, you can keep this one because we have already the similar title at the top. Let's remove the below part, only the title here. Save and go back to the search result page again. Hit enter. And this is exactly how it looks like. So I hope you understand how the search results page work. But please make sure you have always select the default options from this loop builder. So when you select query loop, make sure you have selected the query type as default. If you select custom, it will not gonna work.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. So in this part, we are gonna complete our single post page. And as of now, we have done a lot of parts on the series tutorial. Now if we visit inside our blog, and if we click any of the single or view any of the single post, click over here, the single blog page looks like this. It's very simple, right? But if you want, you can make it really looking nice and professional. So let me show you how you can make this a nice looking single blog page. You can navigate from here, edit sites. If you want to edit this blog or single blog page, you can directly navigate from here, or you can simply navigate to dashboard, go to appearance and editor. So I'm going to show you how to use from editor again, and from here click on templates and scroll down. You can see here in our last part I have shared with you how to create a search result page, and now it's time how to create our single post page, which is single blog page. Now when I click over here, it's displaying the default one that is displaying here. So you can see it looks like this. Now we're gonna recreate this page, recreate this blog, and I have some design in my mind. I haven't designed these layouts in Figma, so let me show you what I'm gonna add here. So first of all, I will keep this older part here and start making at the top, so that you can understand why I keep them here. And because we have to take some information from this below part, or you can simply understand what kind of information is the basic information or necessary while creating a single blog page. So let's add first cover. the cover will help us to display dynamic featured image. Now select use featured image. It will display the featured image as a background image on this area. And now let's take a look at here. There is some gap between the header and the cover. When I select cover and go to the styles tab, I can easily reduce the margin to 0 or none, and you can see the gap has been reduced also. Now inside this right title area, I can click on this plus icon, and when you navigate to the blocks area, you can see there is like text, media, design, and widgets. If you scroll down further, you can see theme, which is really important part when you are working with templates, when you are working with archives, or when you are working with any kind of custom post types or custom templates. It will help you to display dynamic data inside your website. Now let me show you what I'm going to display here. I'm going to display the title here, and the title will update dynamically. To do so, you can see under the themes tab, here is the title. Let's drag and drop it here. Okay, so you can simply click over here and it will add here. Instead drag and drop, because this is a cover block, and when I drag and drop, it looks like this. Feels like an image, but it's not an image, it's a block. Now let's remove this title here, and I just keep the title, which is only the dynamic part, and change it to the H1. Now if I save and view the page, you can see here it looks like this. The same title is displaying here, but the image looks blurry because the image that we are using is not high quality image. Because as you remember, we have added post, which is using a dummy content plugin. And if I go to all post here, let's say this image is this post title is this one. So open this post and take a look at here. The image itself is very small, which is 400 by 400, and this is not a good format for displaying over the background or single post cover area. Now what I'm going to do, for an example, I'm gonna add a high quality image so that you can understand how it looks like, and also at the same time you will have some better experience. Let's download this cute puppy here. 1920 and 1280 is the perfect size for full HD image or high quality image when you are using as a background image. It could be sections, page header, or hero area, but the image size is 354 pixel, which is another issue. And when you're using a bigger image size, it's a good practice to optimize them. So I'm not going to show you all of them, but I'm going to show you how to optimize them. There are lots of plugins, but it's a good practice to, instead using plugins, before uploading any image, optimize them manually. So I just drag and drop the image here and click on or hover over on file and hover over on export as, then select WebP, and you can see when I reduce the quality, it's like you have to understand, or you have to reduce the quality until it looks blurry, or it dropped the quality. If I add 0, you can see it drops the quality. Let's make it 47, and if I increase to 80, so as far as I can see, there is no difference between the 50 and 80, and at the same time it looks okay to me. So as you can see, the image size is 203 kilobytes. Now when we downloaded that image, it was 354. So that's huge, right? Now let's save. You can also reduce a little bit by adjusting the image size also. Now let's go back to the post area, upload the image here, and type here alternative text. So I'm just adding here image, click save. Now if I reload this page, it looks much better, right? Now let's fix the color and other styles here. When I select the cover, I can change the overlay to black, and make it a little bit opacity, reduce the opacity here, and now it looks like this. So I can add some additional information here. Let's add them. Let's change the color, and when I select the cover here, you can see the cover, the heading is displaying like 645 pixel wide, but it should be 1340 pixel. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm going to add group inside the cover. I want to use this group because I need to display some additional information inside the page header. Now let's make the group from here wide width. And when I add wide width, you can see the inner blocks use content width. That means you can see the content width starts from here and ended up here. So I want the inner content width to start from on the left side of the edge of this group and display to the end of this group area. And enable that features, you have to disable these features from here. Now as you can see, it's displaying perfectly. Now the result would be, if I drag and drop it here, the title, it will display from left to right, which is 1340 pixel. Now when I select the group again, and if I wanted to activate this one, it will display looks like this. So I have seen many of you confused regarding this container width or group width and inner content width. So it's very important to understand how the inner blocks use content width and when we have to activate or deactivate that features. Now click Save Changes and reload. So it looks like this. I'm taking time also to explain how things work here. So if I want, I could display very quickly using a template, but I just wanted you to learn and understand how those things work here. Now let's add author. You can add author name, and you can also add author biography, and besides that you can also add additional information. Now let's add date. So I have added post date. The post date formats is different here. Let's change the color to white color, and the author name color should be white. And as you can see, that post name size and the author name size is not similar. Let's make it 18 pixel. I think it was 17 pixel or maybe 16. Now select the author and date and change it to the row, because I would like to display them side by side. And at the same time, I would like to display here before a pipe, which will display like a separator. And select the separator and change the color to white and select row again. Add them to justify item center to display them center, and select the styles tab again. Scroll down, reduce the block spacing. Click save, and now view to page. So as you can see, the author is Riyadh and the date or the post published date is displaying here. Now there are lots of other information you can display here. If I scroll down, you can see there is additional information. Those are related to the theme. So let's say there is an author, there is a post excerpt you can display here, and there is also categories. Let's say you want to display the category also that is related to this post, and the modified date. Let's say the post published date was 2019 and you updated it 24, then it will display the update date. So we have added the hero area or the page header. Now let's remove the other part from here, or you can keep this part again and add another group at the top and remove the inner content from here. And as you can see, when I remove the inner content directly from the single group, it will display from left and right, which is not good. Now I have to keep the inner content here, or you can remove it, whatever you want. Let me show you the difference here. So I have added another group here inside this group, and if I disable the inner content, it also removed the whole area, which is displaying the full width area here. Now select the parent group, activate the inner content, and it looks like this. So you can see here, when I activate the inner content area, it looks like this, but there is another way to fix this issue. Select the group and the inner content should be activated, and then the child group you have selected here would be wide width. So you have to use wide width here, and it's very important to understand this exactly how it works. Or instead using group, you can use here a column as well, and I'm using column right now here. This video will take a little bit longer time than the previous one, but I would like to request you, if you complete this part, then you will have some good knowledge about Gutenberg single post template. Now let's add the content block. If I click over here, I could search there, but let me show you. You can simply drag this content to display the post content here, and on the right hand side, if you take a look at here, there is some template that has been created by default when we install the 2025 WordPress theme. And inside the sidebar, I'm gonna drag the sidebar and drop it here. You could create a lot of sidebar or additional sidebar here as per your requirements. So if I add before, add a search bar here, and let's remove the border radius to 0 or 10. At the same time, let's change the button to only button here. Well, okay, so now you can see here there is a content, and inside the content I would like to add comments. So when I type here comments, you can see here there is a default comments styles that is displaying here. Let's change it to the H4, and the other fields are displaying here. And before comments, let's see if we can display them below this container area. Okay, so I have added the comments below the container area, but the comments area looks like full width. I do not want to display full width. I want to make it wide width here. Let's add a group again, and inside this this is the wide width here. Let's drag the comments and place inside the, it looks like this. And below this post or below this content, add next post, add arrow icon here, and add previous post, and add arrow icon here, and select this post next and previous together and make them as a row. Add some space between them, and also on the above add spacer. So if you want, you can also now you can add related post or similar post like it has been added here with the inside our previous content area, which is more post. So as of now I do not want to use that. Let's remove that part from here. It's not necessary. And before the footer, I'd like to add a call to action. So let's type CTA, and that's it. And this is how it looks like. Let's save and reload this page. So our post page or single post page looks like this. If you want, you can drag this comments area here inside this content area, and you can add featured image or any kind of information like excerpt, read more here inside the sidebar. You can make the sidebar a background color. A lot of things that you can apply here. Let's add background color. Okay, go to more lighter one. Add some padding. And change the column width to 60 here and make it 40 or 30 would be fine, and reload this page. It looks like this. You can keep these comments options here under this area. The next and the previous post is not displaying. I don't know why. Maybe it will work inside only the loop builder. So it looks like this now. If I copy and open incognito window, it will display the full form here for the comments. the next and the previous one should display. I don't know why it's not working. So that's it for the single post page, and I would like to request you give it a try and apply different kind of layouts. And also you can copy any design from any websites for single post page, and literally you can create any kind of styles using Gutenberg. Let's say for an example, if I navigate to a popular website WP Beginner, and if I wanted to visit their blog, let's say I want to visit this one, and you can see you can create exactly similar layouts. You can create a sidebar with 2 columns, and you can make a group for each of them. You can add padding, you can add a background color, border radius, social share icons, and everything you can add here easily, like the exactly similar layouts you can create. You can create a page header looks like this instead the cover that we did inside our single post page. So that's all for this tutorial. If you have any other questions, please feel free to ask me. Have a good day. Bye. Now it's time to create our custom post types. Now you can see here in this series tutorial we have created a custom post type called projects, and this is the projects. And if I click over here to view single projects, it looks like this. Now by default the single projects will display the content from the blog or single blog, but if we want we can display the single projects in a different way. Let's click on home. The single projects right now it's displaying using dynamic content features and loop builder on the home page that we have created. And if anyone to read the case study, click on case study here, and it will display the case study in different layout. Currently it's displaying in block format, so let's make it a different layouts here. To do so, I have to navigate to appearance and editor and go to templates. So you can see here, I hope you remember that during the whole time on this series tutorial we have edited all of them, but as you can see there is no single template for projects and no archive template for projects. So we have to create a custom template for single projects and single archive. Now click on the new templates. You can see here single item project, and still there is no archive, but we have to activate the archive from custom post type settings. To activate the project's archive options, you have to navigate to ACF, then post types, and select projects, edit, scroll down, and you can see here the URLs. And when I select the URLs, I have to activate archive from here. You can add a custom URL or custom slug, but I'm just keeping it default. And now before reloading, you can see here there is no archive from projects, only the project single item. Now close this one and reload, and add new template again, and you can see here there is now archive for projects, and this archive for projects is now displaying because we have activate from post types, projects, and URL. We have activate this archive URL, and after doing that it's displaying here. Now first of all we have to create this archive projects page, and we can choose any template from existing layouts that has been, these layouts has been created previously, and you can choose any of them. Let's say for speed up the process, select this one, and the archive page looks like this. Now this layout, we haven't created that one, but this layout was created using the 2025 WordPress theme team members. Now let's remove the header with large image. We do not want this header. We want to use our own header. At the same time, we want to use our own footer with CTA at the top. So you can see this is the CTA and this is our footer, and it looks like this with our header. Now there is also, we have a page header. Let's click over here, and this is the page header. So archive type name, it's displaying here. Let's remove this part. We'd like to keep this one, so let's remove this part from here. The term descriptions, we do not want to use that one. And this is the title. Let's change it to H4 or H5. And no category. As of now, we do not want to display category, but let's keep that so that I can show you. And no excerpt. Let's see, they have added 45 excerpt written by our author name and read more. So from archive, let's add read more and show. Okay, let's skip this one as of now. Now we have just very quickly, we have just complete our project archive page. This is a custom project archive page. Now technically, when we visit our websites, if I click search or any blog or any tags archive or any archive page, it should display an identical archive page like we created. And during the whole series, we have already shared with you how the archive works. Now if I type here in the URL, or we can simply navigate to single project. Let's click over here. From single project, you can remove this URL from here and hit enter. You can see here, this is the project, and the project now looks like this. This is project archive page, and you can add this project URL here inside the header. Let's type here Command K and type here header. Click the menu items here. Let's add after and type here project. So you can see there is no page for projects because we haven't created any page. And due to the archive page, we know that the URL will be this one. If we want, we can change the URL, and it's a little bit confusing for all of you because you have to change the permalink from ACF if you want. But right now I'm using the default permalink, which is projects. You can always look back to the single item, and you can see here the single item display after the archive URL. Like the archive page will be displaying here, and after that URL, the single title is adding and displaying the single project page. So we are gonna use this page to show the archive inside our menu. And hit enter and change the text projects. Save. Now go to the home page, and you can see here the projects about me, projects, services. So if I click on projects, it will display all of our projects. And if I click read more, now this is the single project page. Let's make this single project page looks nice in our next part. Now in this part, we are gonna create this single project page. So right now it's displaying the default single post page here, but instead displaying the single post page layout or styles, we would like to make it projects or case study layout. To do so, we have to navigate to our editor. Right now I'm inside the editor already, and click over here. You can see we have created the project archive here. This one, it looks like this. Now click on add new template and click single item project, all project. And as you can see, there are a couple of different layouts that you can use. So those are pre-made templates or pre-made layouts created by 2025 theme. Let's skip, I do not want to use any of them from there. And now type here header. So first of all, I'd like to add the header inside my template, and after that add footer, and then CTA, and also at the top I'd like to start making or adding page header. So I'm using the keyboard shortcut to speed up the process, and I hope you already know how the keyboard shortcut works, because I have shared a couple of times in this video, and if you haven't watched the basic video, then you can please watch the basic video first to understand how things work here. Now for this layout, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna apply the featured image on the left side and content on the right side. To do so, let's make the full width first and add the left column width 40%, and on the right column it should be 60%, and add featured image here. Add content, and at the same time we can display another part like live URL or something like that, but it will be another complex part, but instead using the manual dynamic way, we can use the manual features. Let me show you how it works. So select the group here, add some padding, we can add another group here and display next, and type here next project, add arrow mark and type here previous project. Make them row, space between, add some space at the top. Save, and now if I reload this single projects page, it looks like this. So here you can see it's selected the archive type name, and that's why it's not displaying the title. We have to select the title here and change the color to white color. Save changes, and now if I reload here, so here you can see this is our single project overview, and when I click on previous, it will navigate to the previous project. The previous project has different layouts, and we can make it far left edge of this container area and make this on the right. Let's make it. No, I do not want to make it like from here. Just keep this wide width, it will look better. So if you want, now you can add a button here. Let's say open this project inside the editor, and you can also add a title or here like date. Let's add a date here and change the color, add 17 pixel, and before the date you can type here project started on. Change the color to white color, make it row, and reduce the block spacing to, let's make it 5 pixel. Save changes, and now you can see the title and it's displaying the project started on February. You can make it bold and other styles. From here you can now add a button, like inside the button you can add the project URL, view live project, and you can add a permalink or URL here easily, and it will be displaying. Now click save and now reload. So as you can see, this is the view live projects. You can use or you can add the live project URL here. When visitor visit your websites and they click over here, it will take them to the live URL of the project that you have worked on. And the featured image, let's make it border radius a little bit so that it looks much better. Save and reload this page. So this is how it looks like. And if you want, you can add a sidebar and you can add additional information. So it all depends on your client requirements and the styles that you're referring or you're following. But right now we do not have any styles or any client requirements, but I just wanted to show you a brief information how it works and where you have to navigate. But I hope it will be helpful for you in the future. Thank you so much.